Hello and welcome to Paris, the site of the first leg of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. Last year's winner Hikaru Nakamura will see if he can pull off a repeat, but he'll be chased by 2016 Grand Chess Tour winner Wesley So, as well as a host of old and new rivals, including one Magnus Carlsen. Let's go to the studio with Jovanka, Yasser, and Cristian.
Well, hello and good morning from the studio here in St. Louis Chess Club. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's an absolute great pleasure to be here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, welcome to St. Louis.
Wow,
it's great to have you aboard.
Pleasure to be here, yes. Well, the third Grand Chess Tour is set to get off to an exciting start in Paris. Yes. We'll have 10 of the finest chess minds battling out in rapid and blitzed format. Isn't that exciting?
Yes, and here's a list of the participants headed by Magnus Carlsen, the world champion. And if you're looking at that rating, it's the universal rating system, which is brainchild of Garry Kasparov, which combines all the disciplines of chess, classical, rapid, and blitz, into one rating system. And there it is. Wow, well, what an all-star lineup.
Well, we have some surprising rankings there. We have former world champion Veselin Topalov on number 9.
It's incredible. And you think about what Veselin has done in the world of chess and his dynamic style.
Former world chess challenger Sergei Karjakin on number 8.
Yes.
Yes.
And
so moving on to our schedule, we see we're in for a thrilling 5-day chess fest. And the rapid chess will be covered over 3 days. It's a 9-round robin, and it has a rather interesting time control of 25 minutes plus a 10-second delay. This is not an increment, it's a delay.
Right, you can never get additional time.
No.
And in the blitz, something very similar, 5 minutes per player at the start, but a 3-second delay. And that's much slower than the normal blitz.
Yes.
We'll see how the players adjust themselves, but we have 3 days of rapid to look forward to start.
Yes, yes, and of course we mustn't forget that the rapid point allocation will be 2 points for the win. Meanwhile in the blitz it will be just 1 point.
Per game.
So let's take a look at the pairings for round 1. Whoa, we'll have some intriguing matchups. Look at the first board. Hikaru Nakamura versus Shak Mamedyarov.
Yes, and the challenger Sergei Karjakin versus former world champion Veselin Topalov. All-American match, Fabi Wesley. All-French matchup, Etienne versus MBL.
Of course, the clash of the styles. Alex Grishchik versus Magnus Carlsen. That is one to watch.
Absolutely. That's the game I want to pay attention to.
Okay, let's take a look at the playing hall, and we see all the players getting ready.
A very, very different staging from Paris last year. Here the players are playing in a TV studio, isolated, no live audience. And before we came on air, we were discussing whether or not you prefer a live audience. I do.
I'm kind of on the fence. You know, I think it'll be relaxed. It'll be easier for the players to start off in this very safe reaction. And we are very lucky to be joined in the studio by Grandmaster and our analyst, Cristian Chirila. Cristian, what are you looking forward to?
Thanks, guys. I'm extremely excited about the beginning of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour for various reasons. First and foremost, we have Magnus Carlsen, who's losing his dominance in the classical time control. In the rapid and blitz, he's still the top dog. So I'm expecting all the other guys to try to take that crown away from him. He's still the highest rated blitz player on the planet with a rating of over 2,900. This is going to be an explosive week. Blink and you'll miss all the action. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cristian. And I tell you, Magnus in classical chess has been underperforming, but his standards are so high.
Yes, but in rapid, he's been unbelievable.
Yes.
Absolutely unbelievable. In Stavanger.
And let's go to Maurice Ashley in Paris. Maurice.
Bring us the inside info. What's the atmosphere like?
Well, it has been hot here in Paris. The temperature has been in the high 90s, but we expect some sizzling action on the chessboard here as well. We are in the spectacular studio here for Canal Plus Television. This is being broadcast live on French TV. That's how much of a big deal this tournament is, and it should be. We have all the best players in the world. Certainly we have last year's winner Hikaru Nakamura, who took the tournament by storm. We also have the Grand Chess Tour champion from 2016, Wesley So, who had a great performance as well last year at the very beginning. And of course, as you guys mentioned, Magnus Carlsen, who has made no bones about it. He wants to put his foot on everybody's neck to reestablish his dominance as the best player in the world. And oh yeah, the best rapid and blitz player in the world as well. So it'll be an exciting tournament. We will be bringing you the action live here from Paris.
Yes,
thank you, Maurice.
thank you.
And by the way, we do have in our field the world champion for rapid.
Yes.
That is Sergey, I believe.
Yes.
And then when in blitz, wasn't it Grishuk, the world blitz champion?
Yeah, he was a previous.
Oh, he was the
previous
previous one.
Sergey
Yes,
stole it.
in Berlin.
I
and
think,
Cristian,
I think Sergey is the blitz,
The blitz.
world champion.
world champion
And
at the
Ivanchuk
moment.
is-
Ivanchuk is
Ivanchuk,
the rapid
that's right,
world
the
champion.
seal. Yes.
Yes.
A very popular runner.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a great tournament, but
Yeah, every
What's the
impressive
money?
tournament has an impressive prize fund, you know. So every blitz and rapid event in the Grand Chess Tour has a total prize fund of $150,000. Not bad. And first place runs away with $37,500. Not bad again.
right.
Very tasty. And second place is $25,000, and third, $20,000.
Very, very
Yes.
nice for the first leg. And last year's Grand Chess Tour winner, Wesley So, look what he took home out of the total $1.1 million. He got the lion's share.
$295,000, huh?
Bravo,
Can you imagine
Wesley.
checking that one into your account?
Exactly. So it was $1.1 million in total prize fund last year. This year it's up to how much?
It's 1.2 million, so we're seeing a
Nice.
slight increase, yes.
Because of the fifth
Because of the
event,
fifth event.
the St. Louis Blitz and
And
Rapids.
Rapid, yes, that's right.
That will follow, of course, the Sinkfield Cup. But after this first leg, the players will be moving on to Leuven.
Oh.
There'll be just a few days in between as the players will go for Paris.
See
to
Wesley
begin.
fiddling around with a interesting bag. Magnus waiting.
And the new
Yes,
glass
the
look.
new
like,
but no,
And the short
he's
hair.
lost the hair. He's
Yeah,
lost the
the
wild
mop.
hair.
Yeah, the mop
Wasn't
wet.
a fan of that one.
Yeah. I must say, he cuts the
Concentrating.
dashing figure, doesn't
Yeah,
he?
definitely.
Yeah. Our world champion, we're all very proud. Cristian, you're looking at the players. Who are your picks as we're getting ready for the first round to go underway? Top three.
Well, Yasser, this might upset you. I have Magnus Carlsen. There's absolutely no chess discussion without the top dog. I have Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, very, very strong rapid player, very strong blitz player. He's on a roll. He just tasted that 2800 level fine wine. And then I have 2015, if I'm not mistaken, blitz world champion, Alexander Grishuk. So unfortunately this year, no Americans for me.
Yo.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
And
well,
yourself?
I'm
Yuri?
going to agree with him on Magnus. I
Sure.
think, you know, you have to include Magnus. But I'm going to include an American. I'm going to go for Hikaru. I mean, he plays such awesome blitz. And
does.
I know he is the bullet king. You
And
can't
he's the
underestimate.
defending Paris champion as well.
Yes. And of course, yeah, he did very well last year. And I'm going to throw in a wild card. I'm going to put in Alex Grishuk. You know, he's such a strong blitz player.
Well, I can see the favorites really mix. I have to go with Magnus. I have to go with Wesley. I've just never seen such consistency for a non-world champion. He's just been wonderful. When did he have a bad result?
Stavanger. Blitz.
Yeah, the blitz. But I'm going to choose a little bit of a dark horse with Mami as well.
Mami, yes.
I think he's been on a tear, and he's lit up the chess world, what he did in Shamkir in Azerbaijan, and then in the Russian team championship. He's hot, hot, hot. And just as Cristian said, the 2800 wine, he's tasted that for the first time. And it tastes good.
And he's a wild card as well, so super motivated.
And Maurice, you got to weigh in with your top picks.
Well, it obviously is incredibly difficult to choose, although the easy one is clearly Magnus Carlsen coming off such an horrific event in Norway. He is absolutely hungry to prove that he is indeed the best chess player in the world, and he just wants revenge. You could see it when I was interviewing him just yesterday. Also, I'm going to go with Hikaru Nakamura as well because he always seems to land on his feet in these types of events. He was the winner last year, so he's definitely coming in the top 3 as far as I'm concerned. But my outsider, believe it or not, is going to be another American, Fabiano Caruana. I've been having lunch and dinner with him so far. He's not happy with the way he's been performing here in the last few months or so. So he is hungry as well. So I have a little inside info on him. I think that he's going to surprise us all and rise to the challenge.
Wow, thank you. A very mixed picture.
Very surprising.
Boy.
Fabi, yes.
We all do have favorites.
Yes.
And well, for this, what a way to kick off with this Alexander Grishuk, Magnus Carlsen key matchup. And I was looking at the body of Magnus there, and he did seem focused.
He's confident. This body language, you saw it in the World Championship. He's focused. He wants this, and he's ready. He's ready to pounce.
Yeah, you feel.
Same goes for Grishuk, though.
I can't wait for the starter's pistol. I suppose they're going to be having some introductory comments shortly. And Cristian, you had mentioned that although Magnus has not been performing in the classical, when it comes to the blitz and rapid, he just plays on instinct and
intuition for sure. When you have long time controls, is much easier to delve deep into calculation. When you have short time controls, you have to play based on your intuition, and that's where Magnus has the edge for sure. In the past decade, I would say he has that edge. And he doesn't seem to be losing it. So I'm seeing him as an angry Magnus going for the kill.
Well, unusually in Stavanger, he showed that he was lacking in confidence. Do you think that this lack of confidence will perhaps show here?
Well, I actually was stunned by the interview that he gave in Stavanger, where he mentioned, just as you said, that he didn't think, when am I going to win again? And
I was absolutely...
This is not the Magnus that we've come to know.
Because this is, there's a little maxim in chess, elo equals ego.
Right.
The higher the ego, the higher the elo. So what's going to happen?
Well, I really felt that during the World Championship, he was staring into the abyss. He was a point behind with just a few games to play, and really Sergei, saved him because he didn't have that killer instinct that he's so noted for.
Yeah.
There's a lot of changes in his life.
A lot of changes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of changes. The emotions intensify. The longer you are at the top, the harder the fall will be. So he's feeling that, he's internalizing that, but he had his drop. Right now, I think he's going to go back in the classical time control to like 2850 and above. So I'm seeing Magnus as stabilizing there and now going for another push.
Yes.
Well, what's all the wait about? I mean, we may have to go to Maurice to get some insight as to...
We have a legend. We have a chess legend, Garry Kasparov.
Here we go, Garry Kasparov,
He's
the legendary
the all French matchup.
Yes, and it looks like Canal Plus is interviewing Garry.
What will he say, do you think?
He's just delighted to be here.
Yes.
I mean, for Garry, his whole career, he has been pursuing commercial sponsorships.
Yes.
He really wants to see chess elevated to a major sport, and it's always been difficult to organize a tour, and he's seeing it happen for the third year. And now he's asking players.
What move? G4. G4. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Ready?
Here we
D4,
go. Of course.
Oh.
Of course. Keep it solid.
In the battle of the Frenchmen.
Yes, yes.
Yes, the all-French matchup. Yeah. And that was Garry Kasparov.
Yes.
And play seems to be underway.
Yeah.
We'll be starting shortly, and there we have the opening moves. We'll start with Grishuk and Magnus, because that's the game. And there's the All-American matchup, G3. And Maurice.
So Maurice, tell us a little bit about this game.
Well, actually, I wanted to just discuss what's happening here, what's so intriguing. We're going to get camera shots we have to get of the amazing studio that Canal Plus has put together. You see the players sitting there playing, but actually you have commentators like we are, and I think it's 5 of them actually on staff right now, and they're calling the action. It's just a spectacular studio. I got to tell you, wherever Rex Sinkfield is, he's got to build one of them for us in St. Louis, because that is putting us to shame right now in Paris. Just a beautiful, beautiful studio, just so that the audience all over France can watch and see just how exciting this chess action is.
Wow. Nice. Thank you, Maurice. Boy, a lot of the players are going very, very quickly, but the game that I was featuring was going very slowly. We have something very unusual going on in the game. It's not according to the prayer book that we all sing from. Etienne versus MVL. What is that, Christian?
I actually... Thank you, Yasser. I actually played this variation quite recently in the St. Louis Invitational. This is some sort of London system, G6, and now Knight C3. This is a very enterprising move. You're forcing Black to take a decision. He can either play D5, but then what I expect he had in mind is E3, and then an expansion with the H-pawn. This is very, very revolutionary right now. So after Bishop G7, we're entering completely different territory, because White can grab the center with E4. After D5, interesting move, E5, Knight E4, Knight to A4.
Knight to A, wow. Yeah, you'd expect
honestly, I do not understand this move. Knights on the rim usually are not the best pieces. But I see what he's trying to do. I think he's trying to go F3 and endanger this knight on E4. Where are you going to put your knight? Trapped, right? So Black played C5, C3, C takes D4. He's probably going to take with the C pawn, and well, actually, C pawn, Queen A5.
Queen A5 check.
This might be a problem. Knight C3, Knight takes C3, and maybe Queen D2.
Yes.
This could be an idea. Then we take back on C3 with the pawn, and then again H4, H5 expansion on the king side.
Not losing material, but how about the uncompromising F2, F3?
In what position? After C takes D4.
Yes, you want to be greedy.
You mentioned the knight's trap. Well,
let's trap it.
Yeah, let's.
I would maybe G5.
G5 perhaps.
Ooh.
G5, Bishop
Explosive
C1.
action, huh? Yes.
This is uncharted territory. Nobody knows what's happening. Maybe Etienne has an idea. Maybe he prepared this at home.
He must have done.
But this is
to play Knight A4. You don't do that unprepared.
This is a good rapid variation, in my opinion.
Wow.
You're asking a lot of questions.
Yes.
A lot of questions indeed. As the first round gets underway, I'm looking at the game between Hikaru and Shaq. It looks like a Benoni with an early E2, E3. Let's see how that all got started. Okay, so we have a Grunfeld King's Indian start with E3 and Bishop E2. This is a bit restrained by Hikaru. C5, D5. So transposing into a Benoni where the pawn on E3
White
looks like a loss of 10.
White doesn't care. I think White doesn't care that as long as he gets he says the Benoni structure is so good for White. I don't care if I'm going to lose.
Well, but I just feel that Black should be pleased himself, because he's got an easy game, easy development.
But White has the space. If you like your space.
And indeed, that pawn on D5, and I do like the space.
I also like my space. So.
I respect your space. And let's just go to the game, All-American matchup. Something similar to Etienne.
Oh.
And, okay, so it's a Grunfeld with the early Knight E4, Queen B3. And castles, and the players have played very quickly indeed. E2, E4, Knight C6, E5. Whoa, okay. So B6, so the bishop on C8. of course, needs
He wants to go a6 and
get a diagonal for himself.
And also control the c. I mean, the c pawn, c3
C4.
pawn is a very natural target.
Exactly.
I would try to control its advance.
And Wesley did precisely that. Rook c8, preparing to bear down against the pawn on c3. But again, we like space. Fabi dropped back with queen d1. And again, some very unusual openings. And I'm pleased, but we have a special guest.
We have a special
Maurice.
guest in Paris, yes. Maurice, tell us all about him.
Oh.
Well, we have Grandmaster Romain Édouard from France himself, French GM, who will not just be a guest, he'll be a full-time partner in crime as he is looking at all the niceties, all the interesting games. First of all, Romain, welcome to the show. What is it like having a tournament like this right here in your home country with all these big-time players?
Well, I'm really happy that it takes place, and I'm very happy to be able to follow it closely. Well, I mean, there are not so many top tournaments in France, and thanks to some new persons like Gilles are coming, and some new tournaments are being created, and well, I'm very, very happy about it. I hope one day I can play in them, but it's already a big honor to talk about, to commentate on them.
Absolutely, and you have your Frenchmen here, Etienne Bacrot and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I'm sure you've played them a few times already. What can you tell us about the rivalry between these two players?
Well, look, they're extremely big friends. They work together full time, so I really didn't know what to expect in the opening. Well, in the blitz game, they can play anything, but in the rapid game, of course, you cannot play anything. You have to still play something decent. So
you're saying they're friends. It's hard to...
Yeah, they're big friends. They play together. Even. So I didn't know, would Etienne just play very solid with white? What would happen? I didn't know. And well, it turns out he's not exactly playing solid. He went for this bishop f4 in the second move, and now they reached some extremely critical position when Maxime hasn't spent a single second thinking. Right. And well, Etienne is now thinking for quite some minutes, and this is perhaps not such a good news for him, because here, well, it looks like cd4 should be the normal move. But then, well, at any moment, black can play queen a5 check. So, for example, castle. And if white would then try to capture the knight, then there would be queen a5 check, and black would be excellent. So, well, computer here says that move f3 should be played, and then it looks like black should play g5, and now white should play bishop c1, and knight takes c3 is coming. Some crazy computer line, which very probably Maxime is aware of.
Maxime is definitely aware of this line. You know how he has that big computer at home.
Exactly. So, well, it is not a very good start for Etienne, because he's probably not feeling very comfortable in the game already. And
he's the lowest rated player in the field as well, so he must feel himself quite nervous.
Yeah, well, I mean, he also takes it fun, you know. Okay, just wants to play good games, and well, if he manages to do something good, then he will be extremely happy. Of course, it would be a pity for him to lose the first game with white just in the opening. So let's hope for him that he's going to find all these computer moves, because probably this position is not that clear.
We'll take a look at it. We'll throw it back to the studio, but we'll keep our insights here with Grandmaster Romain Édouard as the all-French matchup continues live on French television. At that was just an accident of the drawing, but it's what the French people get to see two of their countrymen battle it out right away in round one here from Paris.
Awesome.
Thank you, Maurice. An explosive start to this round one.
Interesting information that the two actually work together. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, in fact, during the Baku Olympiad, I saw that the French team really are very, very friendly with one another. They hung out together, they ate together, did a lot of analysis, played a lot of cards in the evening. They have a special French card game that they all seem to enjoy very much. Now, in the game between Grishuk and Magnus that I thought we would feature as our first game of the round kind of feature, it was an exchange Slav. But then came a very surprising move. Everybody and his brother plays knight c3 and knight f3 here. Grishuk essayed bishop g5. I mean, I've played the white side, and I don't recall ever considering this move, ever. Yeah. And Magnus just developed knight c6 and
he
knight
asked
f6.
him the question.
What is your bishop doing there?
These are the type of moves that make Grishuk such an exciting player. Yes. You play bishop g5. He was trying to entice Magnus to play g6. but then he's not going to go into the types of positions he enjoys. After knight c3, bishop g7, let's say something like e3, knight f6. This bishop on g7 is not feeling very comfortable because of this pawn chain blocking him. So Magnus decided to go knight c6, knight c3, knight f6.
Challenge.
He's not afraid of challenges.
No.
Magnus is definitely not afraid of challenges. So bishop takes f6. He got the bishop pair. The structure is a little bit damaged, but I'm pretty sure the world champion is enjoying the bishop pair. And in the final position, I prefer black.
Really?
Yeah, I like the long-term chances of black with the bishop pair.
Really? I'm shocked by you both.
Oh.
Okay, so let's take a look. So after this move, rook c1, came bishop f5, bishop came to d3, attacking, trying to take away the bishop. Bishop dropped back, and you know, I'm an old pawn grubber. Okay.
Okay.
And
yes, as we
I just
found
wanted
out.
to make sure that bishop takes g6, h takes g6 was not in the position, because earlier in the game, Magnus had played a7, a6, and this is a well-known trap, but didn't stop me from falling for it like 3 or 4 times before I understood.
Yes, queen takes b7 is not possible because, well, sadly you get your queen trapped by a knight.
Yeah,
shame.
that pawn on a6 covers the b5. No. So we can't take advantage, but I also like the damaged pawn structure that white has created in black's camp, these doubled f pawns. So here's a challenge, h4. Okay, so what are you going to do? You're going to go e6. You don't want to play h5.
No, I'm not going to play h5.
Then I'll take on g6 and you'll be compromised.
I think I'm going to go bishop g7.
Bishop g7. So having said A, one must say B.
h5, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. And obviously I'm not going to castle. I think that would be extremely bad for me.
Where are you going to put the king? You're not going to go queenside.
Maybe I can live happily in the center.
Okay, so we'll start with e6. So I'm going to disturb you and force your bishop back, and we'll go on like this.
But the pawn on h6 is a disturbance, but it's also a weakness in that.
It's a double-edged. It's double-edged. Yeah. But the problem is rook on h8 going to g6 is not scary. I'll have a knight f4 to chase you back.
I will start with rook g8. I think that's a promising.
Queen h7.
Queen takes h7, yes.
There's a pawn on h7. I was thinking f5.
Yes,
just
f5.
f5, and maybe I'm not so scared of your knight card. Well,
all right,
yes,
I'll do g3.
Yeah, and
f6
the bishop d.
Queen f6.
Oh, grab. We're really in grabbing territory here.
Hey, you guys, I'm the one who's the pawn grubber in the family.
I know Jovi likes to take pawns.
I learned quickly.
Yes, yes. We were poolside yesterday.
So you're playing for long-term initiative? Yasser?
Yeah, just asking, well...
What if I go bishop g5 to try to play h5, h4?
Right. Very good question.
And I still want to keep control over the f4 square.
Yes,
very
this is
important.
So.
Yeah, I think black has been quite good in terms of equalizing the early initiative. There's still some pressure.
H5.
There's a lot of pressure.
H5. I'll jump in with my knight. Or I could even play knight b6. That's a weird move. But okay,
you know what move I like before?
Yes.
Rook h5 instead of knight a4.
Sorry, in this moment?
In this position, rook h5.
We'll start with this just to prevent h5, you mean?
Because now if you play h6, I go f4. Your bishop is trapped.
That's nasty.
That is a nasty...
Oh,
there is queen g6.
Queen g6, there's rook h1.
And then I move my bishop back and I go,
right.
Crisis averted.
Right, and here... Okay, there's some pressure for the
There's
pawn.
Definitely pressure.
But okay, I do like Grishuk's bishop g5 takes f6 because it definitely imbalances the position. And h4, h5, while enterprising, by no means necessary, white can also just comfortably just say you're not, because you're not really going to play e5 and leave this pawn on d5 unprotected.
I think my plan would just be to play very solidly and react. You know, react to whatever white does, and then.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you.
By the way, the game clock, Magnus a little bit behind. Sorry, Christian.
I just wanted to ask you about the game between Caruana and Wesley, the Battle of the Americans. It's a very interesting position with both sides attacking on their dominant side. So White played a4, knight a5, attacking the pawn on c3, and now a very nice move, rook to e3. What is this rook doing on e3? Defending the c3 pawn, but also preparing after h4, g4, rook can swing on h3, h5, mating attack is coming. Queen d7, h4, knight c4, knight takes c4. I don't know about this knight c4. Why would you want to exchange that knight? This knight doesn't seem very appealing to me. You want to redirect it via f1, h2, perhaps g4, and try to put some pressure on the king side. But if you do that, I get the c4 square for my knight.
Yes.
So I would have kept my knight on a5. Instead, Wesley played knight c4, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, h5, a5. To be honest, I prefer White's position. He seems to have a free attack, and Black doesn't have any initiative on the queen side. What do you think, Yasser?
I like it for White as well because it's pushing pawns, and I love to push pawns.
You're the pawn pusher.
H5, you know, G4.
Yeah, yes. No, I do like the versatility of this move, rook e3, because of what you said, this lateral h5, g4, rook h3 attempts that you have mentioned. And as you say, it's a free attack. It's not 100% completely free because of this move a5. What Black is trying to do is one day play, one day play b5, force the trade, queen takes b5, and then what Wesley says is, well, I'll have a passer. Yes. If you don't checkmate me, the passer could be strong. Well, before the end game,
there comes the middle game.
Yes, so I'll play the normal moves. I'll go g4.
Exactly, just simply g4. And I'm with you on this,
My
Christian.
style of chess.
Yeah, I mean,
push forward.
I like what White has concocted here. And this rook, as it swings across, this bishop will obviously one day plant itself on f6. And there's going to be some dark square issues that Wesley's got to deal with. It may turn out that Wesley's going to have to play f6, f5, f7, f6, or f7, f5, just to deal with this pressure that's...
Guys, you would be surprised what the computer is offering in this position. He wants to play bishop h6 and actually exchange the dark square bishop.
Really?
Very unnatural. Very unnatural.
That's
rook h3.
No human, I think.
No.
Bishop takes e1. I mean, do you really want to bring my queen to h6?
Yes?
No. This looks very bad for Black, and the computer still likes White, not as much. It's only like half a pawn or like less than that. But from a human perspective, this
we would be
really
terrified.
Bad. No. Really bad.
Yeah, and I'd be slapping the hands of my students for trading off their dark square bishop.
Yes.
And he has played b5.
Yes. I was going to suggest b5 with this idea, because there are some ideas of queen takes b5, and then perhaps at the right time I could maybe defend with a bishop d3 to...
When I'm...
when you get too carried away with your
attack.
And
I'll probably get... I'll probably get carried away, but we have Maurice in Paris. Maurice.
We definitely have to pay attention to this all-French matchup because Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the best players in the world and certainly someone who could be a favorite to win this event, has been blitzing out his moves against his Frenchman and good friend, Etienne Bacrot. And in this position, knight c3, the sacrifice, bc3, and queen a5, all kinds of threats happening in the position. But after queen d4, knight c6, queen dropping back to d1 to defend the knight, knight takes on e5, and now bishop d2 because this c3 pawn needs to be shored up. And a strange move, knight to c4, offering an exchange for white. This one we are not sure about. He blitzed it, though. I mean, he played it instantly in this position. The engines are just giving castles. Why give this bishop any work to do at all? Let white make some move to lose a tempi, maybe. For example, if white were to play bishop after castles, if white were to play bishop e2 right now, you could play knight c4 and make him trade it. Not that that's necessarily the best move, but let the bishop at least lose a tempi while you're castling. That makes sense. Instead, in this position, he played knight c4 immediately, and Bacro did not need a second look at this memo. He took this off the board immediately, takes, knight to e2, and now the position with castles is on the board. The engines are giving white a gigantic edge here, not a whole piece that you would count as you realize he's a piece up for what looks like 2 pawns. But still an edge for white. The engines have stabilized the position as far as white is concerned. Are we still in Maxim's preparation? Well, we know he's a beast when it comes to using his engines and preparing deeply. So we'll see whether or not he has any surprises as the Frenchmen go at it in front of all of Paris.
Thank you, Maurice. And I couldn't agree with Maurice more. I mean, why play knight e5 to c4 when the bishop hasn't moved? Let it first make a tempo.
It gives your opponent an easy choice as well.
You're as a force.
What can you do? You just have to.
Wow.
But it is an interesting decision because the knight on a4.
I was about to say.
It doesn't have a role.
For the 2 pawns, it's gonna take it a couple of moves to get back into civilization.
Yes, that's a nice maneuver to perhaps to e3 and
right.
f2 perhaps.
So we're going to take some tempi, but we do get a tempo right away with knight b2,
yes.
And black is probably going to go either bishop e6 or let's just toss out bishop e6 for a sec, and queen d1 to c1 to get off this pin. Big advantage, 2 pawns, some awkwardnesses with the king. How do you feel about white's compensation here, Cristian?
I believe knight c4 was a horrendous misjudgment from Vashier for sure. This type of sacrifices are all based on one thing, and that is initiative. If you don't manage to keep the initiative going, then you're not going to get anything out of it. We're going to exchange some pieces, we're going to go into an endgame, and white is just going to have a piece up. So this knight c4, why are you helping me to castle?
Yes.
Why are you helping me to bring my bishop out? Big misjudgment in my opinion. Instead he should have went castle. Now what are you going to do with the bishop? If you go knight e2, then now I can go knight d3. Checkmate in one move. Yes?
That's
Love
gotta
the
set the pulses racing, yeah.
Love this.
Where are you going to put your bishop? That is the big question. If you go bishop e2, then you're not going to have place for your knight. Whenever you go knight h3, I'm definitely going to chop that off, and your pawn structure is going to be very, very bad. So Vashier misjudged the position. I don't know what happened to him, but he's now in big trouble.
Wow, I concur. I just liked
trying to generate some play from the. I was thinking about the final position that we had. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to generate some play on the dark squares with maybe some queen c7, bishop e5 in that game, and perhaps try to get my pawns. But it's
a piece.
It's a piece. A piece is a piece.
Let's just jump to the game between Fabi and Wesley.
Yes,
because
we thought it was very promising.
Yeah, we saw h5, g4, b5 came. I'm a little bit surprised by the move bishop a3. That, to my eyes, is a very committal move, and I was really anticipating this bishop moving actually in the other direction to f6. So yes, I like Cristian's startup
very blunt.
g4. b5, let's just say, something similar to the game position. And here you can make the move bishop a3 if you think the bishop belongs on that diagonal. But I really thought the bishop was coming the other way.
Yes. I agree. You know, I'm surprised at the turn of events. It's like somehow
bishop f6 seems to play itself.
Yes, because rook e3 is such a aggressive move. You know, it signals the intention. Meanwhile, I think bishop a6 is a little bit.
What is the bishop doing on d6?
I mean, I don't understand.
I'm not sure what the bishop is, and that's actually a very salient question. What is the bishop doing on d6?
Looking pretty.
It looks very pretty.
The bishop is not doing anything on d6.
No. And by the way, same point for White's g2 bishop. You can look at that bishop and say, "What are you doing?"
I guess he wants to now switch to an endgame approach. You know, try to trade off all the pieces and win the
queen
a pawn.
Takes a4, and at least in this case, Yes, the bishop does
Bishop
have a role.
has a role.
Yeah. So intriguing things happening in that game. And again, I just want to bring us to the game of the world champion. And look at what Grishuk has done. A moment ago, I was going for this h4 to disturb this bishop that's sitting so snugly on g6. Grishuk.
F4.
Talk about commitment.
Trap the bishop, yes.
Right. So here we go. F4, F5 is a massive threat. And please allow me to sacrifice a pawn.
Yes.
After e6, f5, the triplets, or you're not going to enjoy the triplets there for black. So Magnus felt himself compelled to play f5. I suppose the same thing goes on.
If you were to take, then
take
after e6,
I'm going to immediately,
f5.
You're right, play for f5. So Magnus played f5, but at the same time, he just buried his bishop on g6. This bishop could become a fixture of just looking like a massively big pawn. And we have this position. And what do you think about the move h4, guys? I mean, I've got it on my mind.
Absolutely.
What do you think about
Let's
this?
do it.
You want to bury the bishop even more.
Yes.
Precisely. I'm trying to hope that
if you go
play
h5 or some h6.
Well, let's say h6, your bishop may never see the light of day, right? And if you play h5,
it's the same.
Something similar.
Well, the computer doesn't necessarily like this move h4 for a very specific reason. I'm going to play h5.
You are? Okay.
And next few moves are going to be f6, controlling the important g5 and e5 square.
Right.
And then I'm just going to play e6, defending the f5 pawn. And then my bishop, in the future, in a potential endgame, is going to go back to e8, to b5,
like a reverse
try to exchange it.
and
the position is a little bit closed. Black has the g file. That's extremely, extremely important.
And h4 then undermines the g file.
And he has some squares.
Because you
some
want that
squares, G4 and E4.
Yeah,
you want that square for the knight, most probably.
But
the h4 square.
But there's a very funny, intriguing element in the position. If you think of the position as a Dutch stonewall for a moment, Black's light squared bishop has done a dance to the king side, which normally you applaud, and then it makes an effort to come back to its starting position on the queen side.
And in fact, those moves have been played. H4 has.
H4 was
H5
essayed.
played, yes.
H5.
H5 is forced.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
forced.
Magnus did play it if the webcam looked right. And you make a very good point there, Cristian, that if White puts the knight on F3, hoping to hop to E5, then F6.
Cover the bases.
Just in time, right? And I need to do something to. I really want to blast open the position now. So b4, b5. Okay, let's take a look. So I jump, knight f3. Should we start with e6 or f6?
Guys, we have some recent developments in this game between the two Frenchmen, back row Etienne and Bashir Lagrave. Check this out. Back row has only 6 minutes left on the clock. That's a huge lead for Bashir. He still has the well, actually not. Rook takes d2. He completely missed this move. After rook takes d2, queen takes c3, rook b1, queen takes c1, rook takes c1, bishop h6. I grabbed another pawn. I'm going to have 3 pawns for your piece. And with low time on the clock, this is going to be a difficult defense for White.
I remember. Yes.
Yeah,
remember, he doesn't get time added. It's just simply a delay.
Exactly. So
and Bashir played it. He played rook takes d2.
Of course, he's a very brilliant tactician, Bashir. So
yes,
rook takes.
These guys, I mean, it's like just a flick of the eyes, and they just see these tactics. They just it's second nature to them. I think it's because all of the millennials today, the young players, they have these tactics. Yes. And they just, that's all they do is solve tactics half their days, training.
Well, he mentioned actually in an interview in some tournament, he said, he recommended for someone to improve, just do 2 hours of tactics. That's what he did.
Really?
2 hours of tactics a day. And then he was very blasé as to the actual amount of opening work he did. But yeah, His recommendation was to, and here you can see it's paying off.
Indeed, indeed it has. So with the time, we understand that Etienne in trouble. Sorry,
and
Cristian.
I actually think Black is not going to take with the queen on c3. I think he's going to take with the bishop. We want to preserve the queens on the board. With low time control, the queens are very important, a big factor of attack. So after rook d7,
yes,
not rook d3, definitely not. Rook to d7, bishop takes a1, queen takes a1. Guess what? c3 is coming. That c-pawn looks very, very menacing. I don't see back row getting out of this.
No, things really went wrong in allowing this tactic that MVL just executed very quickly, in fact. And we haven't looked at it that much. In fact, we haven't looked at it at all.
No.
But the Sergei Karyakin versus Veselin Topalov game is certainly intriguing. How, okay, it all came from a Joko piano, which is just
Grandmaster standard
exactly
opening.
stampeded the chess world.
Yes.
It's like the opening for White. And knight e7, basically challenging White to say, are you intent on giving up your bishop?
Yes.
That question got answered quickly. And thanks to these double pawns on f6 and f5, White immediately goes for the control of the f5 square, since g7, g6 is no longer playable. c6, queen h5, d5. This all looks very straightforward. And, well, we were taught that these positions really favor White. Okay, and let's go to Paris.
Yes, let's hear what Maurice and Romain have to say. What developments do you bring?
Well, of course, everything has just gone crazy on this all-French matchup. So, of course, I'm bringing in the Frenchman, watching this as his compatriots battle it out. Romain, this position, you saw Etienne have just a little bit of time on his clock, and then he played this horrific move, knight to f2.
Yeah, I mean, Maxime was not extremely convincing after his excellent piece sacrifice in the opening. And, well, before the move knight f2, well, it looks like White is just a piece up. Of course, Black has 2 pawns and a nice coordination, so this is not like Black is lost, but I think White is better.
You actually said that you feel like you would just be winning if you were in this position.
Yeah, well, it was probably an overstatement. But I would think, I mean...
We overstate all the time, I mean...
Exactly.
Not
especially
me,
French. Yeah.
But Yasser especially.
So, yeah, but still, of course, with 7 minutes versus 20, Maxime was probably still the favorite in that game. And here, well, Etienne played a very natural move, knight f2, which turns out to be a big blunder. He should have played maybe knight g3 or knight f4, knight f4 with a similar idea. But he played knight f2, which is, let's say, the human move. But he overlooked this big trick by Maxime, bishop e2, rook takes e2, and rook takes d2. And now Black is much better. Okay, he has to take, well, he took it with the rook, I think, in the game, but doesn't matter what he takes with bishop takes e3. And then Black is going to take on a1, and the position is very different. First of all, it is 3 pawns, but also White had this fantastic pawn on c3 that was kind of blocking everything.
Now it's gone.
It was a super pawn, and now it's gone, and the c4 pawn will just advance. And, well, maybe this is still all audible for White, but without time in a rapid game, I think Black is going to win that quite easily.
This looks bad, definitely for the Frenchman Etienne Bacrot in his first Grand Chess Tour event. Let's go down to a couple of other games. Let's bring up this game. Magnus Carlsen, what do you think about this position? If you may press it just for a moment there, please. And this pawn on g6, guys, is not the... I say pawn because, I mean, look at it. That piece is horrible, but he felt the need to play this move quite several moves back here after this move f4 was played. It looked like he was going to get rolled with this f5 move, and he played f5 himself. This current position just looks absolutely horrific for the world champion.
I'm not that sure. Actually, it looks a little bit like there is some line in the Queen's Gambit. Well, the queens are traded, so it's a little bit different. But this bishop one day in some ending can come back into the game. Let's say f6, bishop e8, and well, this is still quite solid for Black. I'm not so sure about this move h4. Actually, I don't like it so much because I think. Well, I think, especially with queens on the board, when White will castle short, you would like very much to play h3 and g4. So I'm not completely sure about this move h4. On the other hand, okay, like you say, after h4, this really looks like a pawn. So okay, let's say this has some pluses and minuses.
Yeah, I can't tell that it's a bishop right now, guys. It looks awful. Well, we will be continuing to bring you more nuances here as the action now is getting to that final phase of the game here in Paris.
Thank you, guys. And Cristian, what is attracting your eye in this first round of the Grand Chess Tour?
We have some very, very explosive developments in the game between the two Americans, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley. So in this position, Fabiano played the move rook h1. Looks very natural. You put your rook on the h file, you prepare h takes g6 and some attack on the h file. The problem is, and Wesley didn't do this, rook takes c3. Rook takes c3, rook takes c3, rook takes c3, and now only move, because otherwise I'm going to play h6 and then I'm going to go rook b1, threatening rook b8 checkmate, g takes h5. This would have been the killing move, and black is having quite a nice advantage in this position. Because of the weakness of the d4 pawn, I can play queen a7, queen a6, infiltrate my queen on e2, then break your kingside pawn structure with h4, and the white king is going to be in trouble. So Wesley could have grabbed the initiative. Instead, he played the move king g7, which allows white to consolidate with the move bishop c5, though I still prefer black because of the pawn structure.
Oh, intriguing. Thank you, Cristian. That is double-edged. It seemed counterintuitive to give up the two rooks, just because you look at the black king and you think, oh my God, I could get.
And also g takes h5 is very opening the position. But when you kind of delve deeper, I guess you see that the rooks are uncoordinated. The bishop on g5 is a great piece.
Yeah, good defensive piece indeed.
And you have these two wonderful passes on the A-line.
And I'm looking at another game, one of my dark horses, Mami Dara versus Hikaru. That was the Benoni, where I thought that black had a pretty comfortable position. Hikaru had the space. Hikaru went b4. And Shaq said, I'm not playing b6 and playing for some equality. I'm going to counterattack with this explosive move b5.
It's a great move.
It is.
It's a fantastic undermining move. You know, undermines the d5 pawn.
And it perfectly fits in the spirit of the Benoni. In the Benoni, you don't sit back and say, I'm going to hold the position. No, 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 no. You have to play full out for the initiative. And
I'm surprised with this knight d4, actually.
What did you expect?
Well, no, actually, no, I'm not. I'm not surprised by this, but I'm surprised with what happened afterwards.
Thereafter, okay. Well, so obviously, knight d4. If you can sink a knight on c6,
okay,
then you're boss. Okay.
Well, so, b5 was actually the best move. C takes b4, a takes b4, and then b5, opening up the center. If you would have played b6, as you recommended, Yasser, the problem is b5. What are you going to do with this knight on c7? He's not going anywhere, and you're still going to have this weakness on d6, long-term initiative for white.
And white will just play a4, a5, nice easy plan.
If you manage to get rid of this knight, exchange it, or somehow open up the center, undermine the pawn on d5, and then grab the pawn on d5 with the knight, then you're going to be perfectly fine as black. And that's exactly what happened in the game. In this position, it is white who has to be very, very careful not to lose, not to get on the defensive side.
That was exactly our impression as we were looking at what happened as the game unfolded. Move knight d4 turned out that it didn't meet the requirements of the position. After a trade, rook e8, change. Now suddenly, oops, be very
careful about grabbing a pawn.
Yeah, there's a check on the back rank. Hikaru felt compelled to back up with his knight, knight f3, and now came this nifty move into the corner.
Yeah.
And Hikaru found a fantastic move.
a8, look, eyeballing the pawn on d5. Then came h2, h3, making luft, and now bishop f8.
Defending.
With the idea, chop, chop, chop.
What are you going to do about your d5 pawn?
And Hikaru found what? Cristian?
Fantastic move. Bishop c1.
Bishop c1?
What?
The only move in the position to keep the balance in place. Because you want to put your bishop to f8. You see consequences of moves. What was the consequence of the move bishop f8? he left the long diagonal. So after bishop f8, Hikaru immediately asks questions. What are you going to do on this diagonal? If b takes e4, queen takes e4, knight takes d5, you are a pawn up, but I'm getting a lot of initiative for it. I think I can even play b5 first, maybe potentially play queen c6 and get a passed pawn on c6, then bishop b2, knight g5, knight e4, targeting the f6 square and the d6 square. I think Hikaru has enough compensation for equality.
Wow. And I live for pawns. Oh dear, oh dear,
I'm not
oh
sure.
dear.
I'm not sure. I would probably grab that pawn.
Well, you have to.
You have to.
He has to.
He has to.
Yeah.
Right. Both players are riding the tiger here. I mean,
Yes.
the pawn sacrifice, very, very enterprising. And you've been pointing out the initiative that white has, Cristian. And it's got to be said, there is compensation for Hikaru, no doubt. But
Black has very well placed pieces. I'm not 100%.
And they
Some
are
moves have
blitzing.
been-
Well,
And
the
look at the
time
times,
is
8
not-
minutes to 6.
We're reaching crunch time, I think.
Crunch
yeah.
time is on
Yes,
us.
and this is exactly what happened. Hikaru, Mamediarov took the pawn, Hikaru put the bishop on the long diagonal.
Yes.
And
Yes.
now bishop g7 is the natural move.
Yes.
Right.
But after bishop takes g7, king takes g7, knight to g5, again, knight goes to e4, targeting the d6 pawn. I think this is just going to liquidate into an equal endgame. Instead of bishop g7, the only move to preserve some sort of advantage is actually bishop to e7.
What?
Ooh, to stop knight g5,
Yes.
yeah?
Bit of a strange move in my opinion. Obviously queen d4 is not a good move because of bishop f6.
Right.
So this knight on d5 in the center is very well placed, controlling the dark squares around the king and helping black keep control over his king, basically.
Right, but you mentioned a nice idea there. Instead of the move queen d4, you mentioned that b4, b5, pressing the c6 square,
Yes.
keeping the a7 pawn under control, could... Well, okay, let's see bishop b2.
And that's not the only reason. b5, you're also planning on playing bishop a3 and actually targeting the pawn on d6.
Okay.
So for example, if black goes bishop g7,
Bishop
then
ace.
bishop a3, then bishop f8, and then maybe I can play bishop c1
you
and offer a
smuggled the
draw.
tempo, yeah.
Or knight g5.
Oh,
Let's-
intriguing. And what else is catching your eye? Any decisive moments going on?
Can we
in-
check out the Magnus?
Of course.
Magnus
we have
versus
to
Grishik
and
with the lovely
bishop on
slash
g6.
pawn.
Well, you anticipated very well,
Yes.
Cristian, that what Magnus was going to have to do after this move, knight f3,
Take a
was
look at the time. Look at this. Grishik is playing on
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
3 minutes
Grishik
versus
is
9.
addicted to playing with 3
time
minutes,
trouble.
with 1 minute, with complete time trouble. No human would be able to play those type of brilliant chess in that time situation.
And by the way, Magnus took a page. I always love these maneuvers very, very much. I'm trying to remember the first time I fell in love with this maneuver, rook h7 along the 7th rank. I think it was
a
when
Capablanca game. I saw it was a defensive maneuver.
Right.
And since then I've called it the Capablanca defense.
It's
Even
like
though-
because you also see it rook a7.
yeah, rook A. This is
And
the
then
thing,
the rook comes all the
A7,
way to
yes,
g7,
that's-
right? How very, very nice. Okay, and then we have rook h7, queen b3, knight.
Knight.
That wasn't the first move that came to my mind. Knight a7, rook h3. Oh my goodness, rook e7 and okay, what do you make of this position? I'm confused.
I'm just find the whole rook action a bit hysterical.
For both
rook
sides.
h7, rook h3, you come with rook g3.
And let's
Okay.
move to Paris
Let's
to
move-
see what Maurice has to share. Maurice.
Well, there's just some exciting variations in the game with the All-American matchup that we are looking at here, and just spectacular indeed, Romain. This possibility for Fabi, and the engines are going crazy, saying that with this concentration of forces, although black has destroyed white's queen side, it's certainly the king side that counts, and there is the move rook to f6, threatening a monster sacrifice on the h7 square. This move, Romain, looks really enterprising.
It looks really strong, and of course it is exactly in the spirit of the position.
And he has played
White-
it. As a matter of fact, I just saw out the corner of my eye, the move has been played.
Okay, so probably black has to take it because there is a terrible threat, rook takes h7 check here. Well, everything that happened was in the spirit of the position. That white kind of surrendered everything on the queen side and placed his pieces excellently on the king side. And now rook f6 is exactly what should happen. This is exactly the way for white to make this a success. And now, yeah, we were looking at some crazy line. You may continue.
Yeah, let's go into the lines, takes. And of course now this king doesn't want to get flushed out. You take this pawn, and this check is not so pleasant to have to look at. In fact, there are probably other things to look at as well, but that's the killer move. Bishop e5 check, followed by taking on h7. So that is crushing. We would expect him to drop back after ef6 with this move, and this is the moment when the key move occurs.
Exactly, because it looks like white has a control of the light squares. It looks like queen f7 is coming, and what is next? And now white has a very important move, bishop e7, straightening f7 check, and of course preventing queen f7.
That's a money move, f7 check with rook takes on tap. Certainly there's a lot of pressure on this side. The e6 pawn is suddenly under attack. This has to make Wesley feel extremely hot under the collar. This is the variation he's certainly inspecting. He might have to just toss this rook in on the f8 square and go hope for the best in this line. But remember, we've got to be liking white in this game.
Yeah, it looks terrible for black. Actually, now I see that even the computer is saying rook b1 is completely winning. But we're also looking at bishop takes f8, queen h3, g5, and rook to b1. And, well, even if white is not winning, in practice it looks completely winning.
Fabiano Caruana, he was my pick. I told you, I saw something in his eye, trying to get some revenge for this that has happened so far for him this year, playing extremely enterprising chess. Rook f6, a spectacular sacrifice indeed.
Well, you gotta love
playing
a move like rook f6. You always feel good. But look at the game between Magnus and Grishuk. Grishuk, underneath a minute and a half. What is he down to?
He's a minute and
1 minute and 6 seconds.
And a really awkward game for both sides, actually, to play. But it feels like Grishuk that was double guessing his rook h3 sortie, and he lost a few tempi, but the game is very, very blocked. Hard to say who has anything serious in the position. Maybe it's still balanced.
I think objectively it is still balanced, but I think I like black. I like black's possibility of going knight.
I think you like black's time.
No, not
Also,
just that. I like the squares. I like the e4 square, you know, because this is something that white will have to calculate at every move, a knight coming into e4 and the consequences of that.
And the fact that the e5 square is covered,
The e5 square is covered. My bishop, I think, is a bit of a sleeping giant. You know, if he gets to b5, you know,
okay,
it's just a trade.
Yeah.
And I'm also thinking if, for instance, after a knight e5, knight e4 check, sorry.
Yes.
And then
I'm
the bishop
forced to trade.
You're forced to trade, and then my bishop comes into its own little. These are kind of possibilities that I think white
has to deal with.
Yeah, they're not a threat now, but I like to call them ghosts. They're ghosts lurking away.
Right,
and
you
white
get nervous by these ghosts, right?
Yeah. And white doesn't have an entry point.
Good
all the
points.
pieces.
Christian, you're what's caught your eye?
Yes, let's go for just 1 second to the most fire on the board game, the one between back row and Vashier. In this position, back row played the move queen c2, setting up a trap. And unfortunately for black, he played the move queen d7, which is already a bad move. Instead of that, he should have played the move queen c6. Similar idea, you're defending the a4 pawn, but there's a huge difference. After queen d7, white found this move, a3.
Oh no!
The pawn on c3 is no longer defended, so now if you take, this would be a huge mistake. Queen takes e3, queen takes a3, then your position as black collapses, because this pawn on a4 doesn't mean anything. So after queen d7, a3, I think the only move to try to get equality is rook d2, rook takes d2, queen takes d2.
Ah, yes.
Imagine calculating all this with 1 minute on the clock. This is exactly what Etienne is needed to do in order to make a draw. After queen e4, c2, and now we get the perpetual queen e5, king g8, queen b8, king g7, queen e5 with a draw. Still some traps along the way, but I think back row might actually survive.
Wow, and that would be a very narrow escape indeed. And back to Maurice. Oh,
Oops.
not so back to Maurice. Okay, good.
let's go back. Let's try it again.
Okay, Maurice, from the top.
Well, we are here, and we are here with this position. This is a critical position in the game, and Fabiano Caruana not only missed a win, he has blundered so horribly that he is now dead lost. Romain, this is just going to be very sad for him because he played such a beautiful sacrifice, and he could have continued it with one of the great brilliancies, especially in rapid chess, of his career. This finish would have been spectacular.
Exactly. He had to continue in the same spirit as he's playing from the beginning of that game. And, well, bishop d6 is
he played bishop
definitely
d6.
something he should not do.
As you see the engine go down, and now c3 is just hanging,
yeah,
and he's going to lose.
It's a question what he missed, actually. Did he miss rook takes c3? Did he think that the rook has to remain on the 7th rank? I have no idea. And here, indeed, he missed this beautiful win, f7 check.
Now, this move itself is quite natural if you look at it, because you're going to break through on this square. And here, maybe he was thinking that he would get nothing if he just promoted, and that's all he looked at. But right now, he has one of just the great moves you'll ever see. Absolutely spectacular response.
Unbelievable, yes. Probably, actually, there are two wins. Queen g3, but also queen e3. Probably it leads to the same
ideas. Yes, queen to g3, folks. Queen g3, hanging the bishop, hanging the pawn, and dropping in on e5. And the variation runs that if you take this bishop, here comes a check. If your king now takes the pawn on this square, rook takes with check, king goes here, and suddenly this queen just zigzagging around the board. And now this check is the big problem. You cannot capture back because of this move, queen g7, and that's all she wrote. Beautiful line, this move, queen back to g3.
But also two moves. Also here, it looks like black may have, for example, an extra option to play the move king d6. But there is queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check again. That rook is just sitting on that row. And also there's another variation here, excuse me, after rook takes king to c6. But now your king's just awful, and the engine's giving queen g7. e6 is hanging with check. Your queen's hanging. The position is just busto with this king being hunted down like a live chicken. It looks bad. This position would have been horrible. Instead, he played otherwise. If we get to the board position now, we have, if you take that for me, please, this position on the board, and the engines are now just saying dominating position for black. He's got in the move h5. His rooks have crashed through, and there's no mating ideas here. Fabiano Caruana is going to be disgusted that he missed this win.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Those are some beautiful lines.
Fantastic geometry there. I mean,
I love
it. That makes chess beautiful. But yeah,
the tactics there are just scintillating.
Yeah.
What a big miss.
But let's check out Magnus versus Grishuk, because Grishuk is on 30.
We left it about around these parts, around here.
I think he will struggle with
and
this delay.
Bishop e5 was played, takes a5, queen e2.
Queen e2,
Give me the pawn.
Nope.
No, says Magnus. Then there was a trade of rooks. Magnus said, okay, I don't like your rook on c7, but the trade cost Magnus his h5 pawn, queen c2, king back, and 17, 16, 15 seconds.
And he doesn't get added time.
Not at all. And he's running down to 10 seconds.
He's in big trouble.
He's in big trouble.
Oh, 6 seconds.
The
and
position
now that
is
delay,
still equal, but check
it's
this
still
move.
equal.
King g7. Arresting this queen on h5.
So he didn't play it. He went queen takes b2. And again,
he allowed the perpetual, I think.
Pardon me, Grishuk, not familiar with the delay. He moved very, very quickly. Now he's taking the full measure of the 10 seconds. Yes. Okay, let me just refresh my board.
And then the knight comes to
queen to g7, knight f7.
But then there's a runaway h-pawn.
Okay.
And then
it's a pawn race. h5, b5.
b5.
No, it's not a race. I'm several steps.
h6, and somehow I'm going to try to bring my queen maybe back to c8.
Right.
Or maybe
and
to
cover
h1.
h8. Very clever. Very clever. Got you.
But then you will just take a takes b5, and then you create another passed pawn, the pawn on the b file.
And Magnus has quite an ample time, 4 minutes. And Grishuk will be playing.
What about if he runs? If he runs with this, can he find sanctuary with his king in the on the queen side.
You mean
Like
in
try
this
to-
exact
yeah, in this
position
exact
to kind
position.
of give up the pawns on
Yeah,
f6 and e6?
Yeah, f6. I'm trying to give f6, and I might give e6, but
Is
maybe
it my
not with
birthday?
check.
Is it my birthday?
No, I have knight e4. This is my.
Thank you.
So if I give you e6, as long as I don't give it with check,
Okay.
I will play knight e4.
So in this exact moment, you're considering, for
Running.
example, king e8.
King e8, yes.
Right. So.
And if you take the pawn on f, I have a nice little queen takes.
Ooh, you're nasty. Oh, look at this.
Look at that. Those tactics
We
paying off.
love
Yes.
those royal forks. So the f6 pawn is untouchable. So you're saying after king e8,
Yes.
I may have to actually drop back with my
Guys,
king. Yes.
we
Christian.
might have the first result of the round.
Oh.
Okay, and
Wesley-
we do.
we do.
Wesley
I saw a
So
handshake.
just mated Caruana.
Oh,
so
it
hard.
is over. Oh my goodness, what a huge turnaround. Christian, take us through the end of what happened in that game.
Huge disappointment from Fabiano. He started off so well, he was pressuring Wesley. Wesley didn't take his chances along the way and allowed Fabiano to get an almost winning advantage. Unfortunately, he just didn't continue on the same path he was on, and then he just made a few blunders. After king h8, f7, king h7, queen b7, queen takes g5, bishop g3, rook
Ouch.
takes to g3,
Ouch.
f takes g3,
Rook comes down.
rook c2. This looks like a double-edged position. The problem is that black has the first move. He's giving the first check, and that's just game over. King f3, queen to f5, rook, king to e3. If you go rook to f4, queen to d3, checkmate. Unfortunately, you're taking away your own square. So instead of that, he played king e3, rook c3, Swiss precision by Wesley, and Fabiano. After king f2, he just resigned.
Rook c2 is
Inside of rook c2,
is forced mate.
Yes.
king e1,
Queen
queen to e2,
Two.
checkmate.
Very
Huge
sad.
turnaround, huge turnaround.
Very sad.
Wow.
But lucky Wesley.
I tell you, Wesley's a tough man to beat, and you know you have to play. I remember earlier in the year, at the start, the Tata Steel. It was this game, Rapport, Wesley Rapport,
Yes.
and Rapport was winning.
Yeah.
But one slip, and
That's
the
it.
game was in Wesley's pocket. And Wesley So, our Grand Chess Tour defending champion
Started with a win.
With a win.
When
Yes.
Wesley starts with a win, he's a very dangerous man.
Yes.
Very
Yes.
dangerous man.
You're
But
playing
also-
catch up against Wesley.
And
It
also,
doesn't
you
work
know,
very well.
some chess players like to read the trends. When you're lucky, you feel that somehow the tournament will be lucky. You're on an upward trend.
Right. And Magnus has not moved. After Queen G7 check, he had 4 minutes to the 10 seconds or so that Grishuk, and he's really considering your idea,
I
King
think
E8, and
King
he's reached
E8.
for it.
Oh,
Instantly came after King E8, Queen C7.
C7.
Not the move I was expecting. I was
did you
actually
expect?
thinking King E1, getting out of the pin and preventing this Knight E4. But
This is
Queen
not a bad
C7
move.
came very quickly.
Not a bad move. It actually forces the draw, I think, because right now after Knight E4, Queen C8, if you go King F7, then I'm just going to follow you with my Queen, Queen D7, and now if you go Queen G6, I have this move, Queen E8, forcing the perpetual, and that's just going to be game over. Instead of that, after Queen C7, perhaps, Black could try Queen B4, but now I'm just going to start running away.
yeah.
And I think is Black who's having some difficulties maintaining equality in this position. Nevertheless, I think the world champion is just going to go for Knight E4, pinning the knight, forcing the perpetual,
Yeah.
and that's just going to be quite an explosive draw.
Okay, thank you for that, Christian. And then we were following the game of Hikaru. He was playing with Mamidarov. That was the pawn sacrifice, and it does.
It looks like the-
Ooh, Knight F7. Ooh, let's stay with that Magnus game because things are happening. Christian, take it away.
Yes.
It looks like a perpetual is going on. They're blitzing, and
Oh, it will
Yes.
be just
Queen B4, H5 was
I think
played.
we'll see-
Knight to F7. Let
wow.
me just refresh this board. Yes, Knight to F7. Queen c8, king e7, queen c7, king e8, queen c8, shake hands, draw.
And it has indeed happened. Wow. Ooh, there were some chances for both players in this game. That was
somehow you feel that Magnus might be a little bit disappointed because the time difference was so vast.
Yes.
You feel somehow that you could have perhaps tightened the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, but sometimes, you know, it's the position, but it's the clock where you really feel like, oh, I had him because of the clock, but not necessarily on the position.
No, not necessarily.
It seemed like Grishik always had enough counter chances. And how is the game with Hikaru unfolded?
We have another very possible draw in the making between Nakamura and Mamediyarov. As we've mentioned in this position, this critical position, Black played the very natural bishop g7 instead of the move bishop e7. After bishop g7, everything exchanged. King g7, knight g5. The knight goes to e4, attacking the d6 pawn, putting the knight very, very centralized. Queen d4, knight f6 ideas. Knight f6, knight takes d6. And that was just...
Well,
let's actually see what they're doing, right?
Yeah, they're in a knight ending that looks like dead equal, but they're moving very, very quickly.
Equal. Yeah, it's completely equal. But
they're not using that 10-second delay very, very well. They're playing a la tempo.
But I think that's the way to do it. If you're going to win this, if you're going to hustle your opponent, so to speak, because that's what this is.
Guys, they're playing knight versus knight.
Oh
no!
Yes.
A king versus king.
Yeah, okay.
I still think that's a draw. And they played to naked kings, and I must say, by the way, it's a nice way to play an opening round to really get the feel of the pieces and play to naked kings. You feel like you've done something.
Yes, also kind of it depends on who was playing. Psychologically, I think it's quite important. If you carry on playing and say to the other person, well, I'm only going to take the draw when I want the draw. You're establishing dominance. There's some kind of, you mustn't underestimate these psychological things.
True that. The game between Etienne and MVL has been all over the map. I'm sure the engine's graphic has been,
It's unbelievable now that we've reached this position.
We're into a queen and 3 versus queen and 2 ending. My instinct says nothing for the extra pawn, of course. You like to have the extra pawn. But having said that, it's about the time.
Your king is
what is the king doing on c5, though?
I was just thinking whether I could perhaps sacrifice something with f6 at the right
at the right moment.
At the right moment, f6 and
well, let's see.
Hide.
That's exactly what Vashier tried to do.
By the way, we're talking another 14 seconds.
Another imbalance.
Versus 4 minutes for MVL. And f7, f5.
Brilliant move, by the way. Brilliant move.
Really?
Yeah. In my opinion, f5 giving white a decision to make with 17 seconds on the clock. That's very, very important. And these guys are practical players. They know what to do. They know how to ask the most difficult questions. And after f5, queen d8, king f7, queen h8.
Capture. Yeah.
And now black starts.
But
now black was
White managed to find the defensive resource.
By the way, these queen endings are so difficult for the defender.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got calculation and intuition.
And the king will wander around. You have to think in the long-term goals. Can the king hide? They're very incredibly complicated. I don't
think. So I believe they've reached this position on the board with so much pressure on the clock, and of course this is a passed f-pawn. How would you rate Black's winning chances?
I would have put them at 70%.
I'm thinking really high. Even though the engine may be going 0-0-0, what about yourself, Cristian?
How are you getting your king out from f7 though?
Yeah.
Well, I'll answer that question at some point. I'm going to try.
Vashier played queen e7. Now White played king d5. Blocking the king's escape. And anyway, this king has to defend the pawn on g6. So whenever I go queen h7 check, you cannot really go on e6 because of the g6 square. So I'm not really sure how Black can try to make any progress in this position.
Intrigues.
Well, we're going to go over to Maurice, who talked to Nakamura.
All right.
Well, we have the winner of last year's Paris Grand Chess Tour event, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, you had a tough opponent, a very hot opponent this year in Mamedjerov. What were your feelings about the game you played?
I thought the game was pretty balanced throughout. I felt like there were one or two critical moments, but I couldn't find a way to put more pressure on Shaq, and so I think it was a draw was a pretty reasonable result. I don't think either of us really had much throughout the game.
What are you feeling starting off the tournament? Yet again, this was your stomping ground last year, where you had a very spectacular result.
Yeah, I mean, I was #1 last year too. I think for the rapid part as well. I started with 2 whites, and I drew a difficult game against Vladimir in the first game last year. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens this year. I mean, I think there are many players who are capable of winning, so it should be interesting to see what happens.
Last question: what's it like playing in that studio? It's different from last year with all the big fans that they had. Now a small studio, but trying to make it great for French television.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan. I mean, I prefer feeling the atmosphere, having people there gives it more of a sporting feel for me. But obviously, they're trying something new this year, so it should be interesting to see what the outcome is, see if there are a lot of people watching on Canal Plus and all the other online broadcasts.
Well, thanks for joining us. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, last year's champion, drawing his first game off to a similar start to last year. Let's see if he can repeat his quest for the title.
Indeed.
Thank you, Maurice.
Big development.
Big
blunder.
Big blunder,
Oh, no.
and the
Big
final
blunder.
hour, poor.
For Etienne.
Back row versus Vashier. Queen e8, Queen h7, bad move, terrible move. Instead, he should have played Queen f6, King g8, and then just keep the king.
Yes.
c4, King c5,
Hang on,
King
wait
c4,
one
and so
second.
on. Wait. Instead of that, he played Queen h7, King e6. And now the problem is the queen on e8 is a very strong piece. You're threatening the move Queen e7, and the king finds himself in a very, very difficult position. He played King d4.
We've got some action going
Queen,
on the board.
yes.
We'll just come to the board, follow the players for a second. But it does look like it's a queen versus...
A queen versus some pawns.
Well...
Oh, it's White's
just-
got a pawn on g7, but
How
okay,
did that happen? Oh my goodness. No, but it must be
No,
winning,
it's
of
very
course.
easy.
No.
It's
This game has seen some... now it's easy. The king is coming
Yes.
to g4.
And
the
the pawn.
white king cannot get back in time to stop the h5
No, it's game
pawn
over.
for
The game is
promoting.
over.
Wow.
he gives him a
and
smile.
there
and he
you
gives,
go.
That's it. Game over.
Boy, but how did we get there? Because we just saw that you were showing how the queen was going to be forced traded into a
Right,
king and pawn endgame, and it
this
was
is
just
it.
resign on the spot, I thought.
Yes.
This is exactly what happened after King e6, King d4, Queen to d7,
And
take.
here resignation was understood.
Well, he was just hoping for the opposition and try to keep the king out from coming to the pawns. Instead, Vashier played a few moves. Let me refresh my board.
Yes.
And King e7. At some point, you have to do something. So instead, Black played King c6, allow the king to enter and grab these pawns, but the f pawn is going to go for the queen. King takes g6, f3, King f7, King h8, and now the king just comes back, g8, Queen takes g8, King takes g8, opposition on the diagonal, King e6, King g7. It could have been played, it wasn't. Back row just resigned, King f5, King f7, King g4, and now you cannot bring your king all the way to h1,
Very
unfortunately.
instructive technique.
Wow.
Black is winning.
What a game, and we have Maurice.
We
with-
have Caruana.
Fabi.
We'll see how he's feeling after his sad loss.
And absolutely a topsy-turvy game in this one, and Fabiano Caruana with a very interesting opening preparation. It looked like you got what you wanted, but then at the dramatic moment, you missed the win.
Yeah, I thought I got a very dangerous position. I played this line once before against Karyakin, and it's extremely dangerous for Black. I think Wesley was playing only moves more or less to hold on, with King g7, Queen b7, and then I spent all my time calculating Rook f6. I thought it was winning because I saw this f7, King g7, and Queen h3, and I thought this would win, and then I realized at the last moment that King takes f7, suddenly the tables are turned. I take King e8, and I lose my bishop. And I missed that Queen e3 is a win.
You mean this position here where you...
Yeah, I mean, f7 is obviously what I was planning, And now I wanted to play queen h3, but that's not working after king takes f7. It's just queen h7, king gains nothing, and I just lose my bishop. So instead, after king g7...
sorry, we're here? f7, king g7?
Queen e3 is winning, and the crucial point to see is at rook e7. I play queen e5, king f7, rook h7, king e8, queen h8, king d7, rook takes e7, and if he takes back, I pick up his queen.
And
although, I mean, it's still not... He can still play a few more moves after king c6, but it is a winning position.
Disappointing results. What are your thoughts going into the next game?
Yeah, it's not... I mean, I was... Obviously, after the position I had, I was hoping to win this, and it's an unpleasant surprise, but...
How does a strong player bounce back, though? You still got a lot of games left to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many games, and I mean, it's just the first round, and anything can happen.
Indeed, anything can happen. We'll see how it goes as the rest of the games continue.
Thank you, Maurice. And what a way to start the round.
The very dejected of Fabiano.
Yeah, because he played so beautifully to set up that combination.
And you can tell that afterwards he saw this queen e3 as well, so he's going to be kicking himself. And
yeah,
you know, in a normal classic game, you'd go home, you get home after the match, and then you'll think about it and move on. Now he's got to move on very quickly.
Exactly. 3 games.
2 games left today.
Yes, and we go through our results. So we have had. Oh, we'll have a graphic for that. Your thoughts on the first round of play, Cristian?
Well, there was
everything you expected.
Quite a funny finish to the first round. In the game between Karyakin and Topalov, in this position, obviously, it's a draw because the king cannot go out. The king is just keeping this king imprisoned. Instead, Karyakin played the move a7, king c7, and now he gave up his rook. Rook takes c5, and this is just a stalemate. A nice way to finish the first round. Very, very enterprising chess. We're looking forward to some more.
Very good.
Sergei showing he has a sense of humor.
Exactly. I always like the stalemates.
I like those kind of nice touches, nice flourishes.
In Stavanger, we saw that nice stalemate too, right? Ooh. First round.
Yes, well, very exciting. I think it's been very, despite, you know, there's been a lot of draws. We've had one decisive result with Fabiano losing to Wesley So, and the rest have been
that could easily have been reversed.
It could have easily been, yes. And the other games have been very hard fought.
Yes.
And I get the feeling the players haven't quite mastered the time control somehow.
Not at all, because again, you know, all of these players have been raised on blitz chess, and in blitz chess, you play a la tempo, you match your opponent's speed. And just that 10 seconds is actually a lot of time, and they're just not using it. And talking about our tournament game winner, Maurice with Wesley.
Well, early tournament leader.
Yes.
And we are indeed with the man of the hour, Wesley So, standing alone atop the leaderboard. Wesley, it could have easily been the other way around. You could have been in last place right now.
Yeah, the man of the minute. Well, not exactly last place, who tied for last place with Etienne if I lost. But yeah, I was really happy to see him play bishop d6 because after f7, king g7, I didn't queen e3, but I thought white was winning anyway, but maybe not so easy.
Your instincts told something was going on, your spidey sense.
Yeah, well, because my king is in real danger and my protectors are so far away on the other side. Well, when I played queen b7 earlier...
You go back?
Yeah, it was a really bad move because...
Right here? You played this move?
Yeah, so that was a big mistake because I totally missed that he would cut off my king from the queen with bishop e7 later on. So I should have played something else like h6 or maybe just go for this, and then at least I won't get checkmated.
Indeed, but at least you're in first place in the tournament right now. Well, at least tie for first with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. What is your feeling after such a game? Is it a sense of relief, or do you feel like maybe the stars are with you this one?
Yeah, well, I'm very happy to do the first game. It's like last year when I beat Magnus in a completely lost position. So it's a good sign, but again, there are many more games. I figured we'll play 27 games here in Paris in total. So it's only the first game.
A long way to go indeed. Well, congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you.
Wesley So, smiling. He deserves to. After getting this victory, he is tied for first going into the second round.
And the French must be thrilled,
Yes.
easy for me to say, for MVL. And another game
Another
that
game
was
that was decisive and
wow.
very fluctuating. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, you saw a lot of blunders there. Very tough.
Indeed,
Tough chess.
and I was really shocked after rook takes d2, a kind of an elementary tactic, that MVL allowed this a2, a3, and Etienne was right back in the
Right back
game.
in there, but then
still ended up going down.
Still ended up going down.
Wow.
In a very tragic way as well.
Two decisive games, but easily there could have been more, and really hard-fought games. Just what we expected. You know, somehow in rapid chess and blitz, the players feel more free.
Yes.
And they're willing to take risk, as we just saw. And I love the start to our Grand Chess Tour.
So, any final thoughts from Paris? Your final impressions?
Let's ask Maurice.
Let's ask Maurice, yes.
Well, obviously we like it when all the games are decisive, but sometimes chess ends in draws. Clearly, all the players are fighting in these rapid games. There are no easy draws anywhere to be found. And Romain, certainly the Frenchman pulled it off. Well, he was playing another Frenchman as well, but certainly your fans are happy to see him atop MVL, that is, the leaderboard, along with Wesley So.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's definitely one of the favorites in this tournament, and clearly, well, there were quite some blunders in his game, but he always found a way to put pressure and pressure and pressure. And of course, without time, Etienne in the end collapsed, due to it, which was not such a big surprise.
Well, indeed, blunders are afoot in these games, in these rapid games. We expect to see more as we continue here from Paris. We'll be bringing you all the live action.
Thank you. And yeah, shall we take a look at the standings?
Indeed, let's do
after
that.
round one. Yeah.
So we had two decisive scores with Wesley
and Maxime.
MVL. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, each game of rapid chess will have two points
yes.
at stake. And there you have Wesley and MVL leading the group, and two players at the bottom who both lost, and all the other people with 1 point
Well, yes.
for their draws.
It's very early days.
Yeah.
Anything can happen there. But Wesley was very pleased to have escaped.
I tell you, he's a man who's so hard to beat. And Cristian, your thoughts on round one before we take our first commercial break of the day?
Well, unfortunately, none of my horses have scored this round, but I'm still very excited to see Wesley So doing well, Vachier doing quite well. He's a very, very strong blitz player. Alejandro can attest to that. And Magnus Carlsen, he's starting slow, but he usually picks up in the later rounds. So I'm still very excited about what's coming next.
Okay.
Indeed.
And what do you think about Magnus? First of all, he had black.
Yes.
Against a person you really have to admire, respect,
Yes.
Alexandre. It's not that bad a result.
No, it's not that bad a result. No, I mean, I'm definitely letting the time situation influence my opinion. That's for sure. But he'd be happy. You know, it's black. He hasn't lost. He needs to, you know.
And he put some pressure on white.
He put some pressure, and you know, it was white that grovelled for the draw in the end.
Indeed.
And I think he'll be looking forward to moving on from that. So.
Beautiful. And we'll go to our first commercial break of the day, and we'll be back in a few minutes for round two.
Join us then.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2017 from Paris. We're seeing the players getting ready for round 2. And what action we had in the first.
We definitely had a lot of action in the first round. It was very nerve-wracking, I have to say.
Jovi, boy, I tell you, if we can keep up that pace, everybody here on studio is going to be really happy.
Yes.
And one thing I really wanted to mention, the Grand Chess Tour, we're doing simulcast in Spanish as well as French. For the French, you got to go to the Canal Plus
yes.
for that. But Alejandro and Yvette
yes.
here in studio in St. Louis are doing our Spanish commentary as well.
And we also have a Twitter feed. And you can hashtag Grand Chess Tour.
Wow.
So you, Tatev Abrahamian, she will deal with your quotes, your comments or your thoughts.
And feed them to us.
Yes.
But what about round 2, pairings?
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's have a look. So, again.
Oh, Magnus
it's always the
with
top
2 blacks, huh?
Top board, huh? Magnus has 2 blacks against Shaq Manager.
It's 2 of my favorites going head-to-head in this round 2 battle. And our 2 tournament leaders, Wesley So is playing against Etienne Bacro, who just lost. But MBL,
yes.
Alex Grishik.
Alex Grishik, yes, that will be a crazy game for sure.
Yes.
I'm really, I'm willing to bet a lot. That if it's very dry, then there we go. They're off.
They're off.
They're off.
We didn't hear the gong. No. Where would you like to go?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Okay, let's Maxim versus Grishik. I think that will be fire on the board there.
Let's see. I'll ferret it out of my list of players there. Okay, Magnus on top. Sergey.
Sergey is in.
And there we have it. Okay, and an open
Sicilian. Yes.
But guess what? It's MVL on the white side of an open Sicilian. Both of these players are very well known for their black side handling of the Najdorf Sicilian. But this is not going to be a Najdorf with the knight on C6.
No, but not on knight C6. Maybe we'll see.
And what has happened, Cristian, in this game? We'll move it over to you.
This is a classical Sicilian. In general, I think, if I'm not mistaken, White's main move is bishop to G5.
Absolutely.
And then there's huge theory. It's very unnatural for me to see Vachier playing the white side of a Sicilian. He is basically the trademark of the Najdorf Sicilian. Grishuk, on the other hand, he is a very, very strong Najdorf player as well. But in this situation, he chose the classical Sicilian. Instead, White diverted it from the main lines with bishop G5 and he played F3. I'm not really sure what he wants. He obviously prepares G4, G5, bishop A3, a potential attack on the king side. We are still very early on in the game.
Well, and let's flip over to Paris and Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
Let's find out what he thinks over there in the heart of the action.
Well, absolutely. It's definitely an important game, round 2 already. Not that anybody's going to run away with it this early, but people know about Wesley So's reputation. He loves to take a lead, and when he gets it, he will just start putting his foot on the pedal. And this matchup is ideal for him. Etienne Bacro, having lost the very first game, he's the lowest rated player in the competition, a wild card, a Frenchman, allowed in. He just lost a bad game to his French compatriot. So now Wesley's going to want to prove something against this, what should be an easier opponent for him than anybody else. So we're going to keep an eye on this game, because if Wesley wins this and goes 2-0, he's going to make it very difficult in the rapid phase for people to catch him. Of course, it's a long, long way to go still. But like I said, once Wesley gets going, he's the kind of guy who just keeps a lead.
Thank you, Maurice. And really, he's absolutely right.
Yes.
You get the wind in your sails.
Yep.
You had a bad position. You turned it around. You won the game.
Yep.
And you got to be feeling great about suddenly, you know, the sun is shining, everything.
Yes,
the birds
and plus you're playing, you know, Etienne is the lowest rated player.
Right.
And of course, you do pick who you're going to pick on, really.
Yes.
You have
Etienne's
your target, and
Etienne
will have a tough time, because I think everyone will look at him and go, that is someone I'm going to try and score points of.
They are sharks,
yes.
and they sent the blood in the water.
I mean, I've had it done to myself in one of these all round robins. So yeah.
Yeah, everybody's targeting you.
Everyone's targeting you, making you suffer for draws. It's not very pleasant.
Having said that, c4, e5, knight c3, bishop b4, it's kind of been taking up a lot of popularity. I remember the first time Alexei Shirov was actually championing Black's cause. Thought, what on earth is Black doing? He's provoking the knight to d5, e3. Obviously, this bishop is suddenly a target. d2, d4 is on tap. c7, c6. Okay, normally speaking, the knight drops back. And I've seen Black persistently chase this knight. I mean, it's confounding, right? You're taught to develop all your pieces, and suddenly the
I guess
bishop.
he wants to double White's pawn structure.
Exactly.
Get those double pawns.
And Cristian, what game is attracting your attention in this nice round 2 matchup?
Well, a very interesting position in the game between Mamedyarov and Carlsen. We all know that Mamedyarov has huge problems with Carlsen. Mamedyarov is a very initiative-based player. Magnus likes to get that initiative and then repulse it to you. So that's exactly what he's doing. He played e6, e takes d5, now e takes d5, minimal advantage for White. Black is going to play knight c6, rook e8, h6, get the bishop out of this diagonal, and then potentially bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6. This is a very, very equal position for the moment, but at any time it could get extremely explosive if this center opens up. I think Magnus has the upper hand already.
Wow, and here I thought I like White's position. So in the position that you were putting on the board, c takes, I was expecting bishop e2, which by the way has just been played. So White's idea is very straightforward. The bishop on b4, pins the knight on c3 to the king on e1. So White wants to get his king safely tucked away on the king side as soon as possible, and then jump with this knight to e5.
Yes.
And so long as he gets his king out of the way, this bishop on b4 seems a little bit misplaced, whereas this bishop on g5 is actually very annoying.
Yeah.
So I thought White was happy.
Yeah, this really reminds me of a Caro-Kann and a Panov variation where they take with the pawn on d5 with a pawn, of course. And there, you know, White is enjoying a comfortable plus, you know, because again, like you said, White is going to play knight e5. There's also a problem with the black bishop on c8. If it develops to the king side, then it leaves the queen side a little bit exposed.
To a queen b3.
Queen b3, queen, you know, putting pressure on d5. So there's almost always this kind of issue with Black. How is he gonna develop in the most comfortable way? Yeah,
it still feels like it's well within the confines of theory. Let's just continue to some of the we like these
unorthodox positions.
I mean, they're definitely we expected up to c6. First, let's go to Paris and Maurice. Maurice.
But we are paying attention to that Wesley So game, and we know that every move in chess has some kind of drawback. Every move you make, even if it has positive features, it has negative features as well. This bishop to b4 is well known to theory, absolutely, normally played. But remember, this bishop leaves this pawn on g7 behind. Now, you might say, well, so what? Who cares? No big deal. What variation would you possibly use to exploit this line? But Romain, this position after knight d5, bishop c5, e3, c6, d4, and it looks like exactly what's going to happen is going to be that this pawn is going to be exploited.
Yeah, I think bishop e7 is a main move instead of bishop c5, so we would expect Etienne to have some big idea when he plays bishop c5. But computer likes this e3, d4 for White, and well, he thinks that everything Etienne has done afterwards is quite bad. So probably he just played something over the board. And again,
come on now, this guy's a strong player. You know him well. Why would he improvise right in this moment? I mean, he prepared bishop to b4.
Yeah, well, you know, it's rapid, so he wants to have some, you know, many players, they like to invent something over the board when they play rapid. And, well, this is, knowing Etienne, this is very possible that it happened. It's also possible that he just forgot what he prepared. But okay, all I can say is that computer likes White, that
well, especially after cd5 takes this check. I mean, I can't even explain why you would want to play this position. And now we see on move 8, We talked about that pawn on G7. The pawn is now under threat. What do you do about this pressure? You don't want to play this move, and this bishop is just smiling gleefully in the position as it's going to be a monster on the dark squares. This looks really bad already.
Yeah, Queen G4 is like the cherry on the cake. That is what we say in French. I don't know if you can also say it in English.
We say the nail in the coffin.
Okay. So
a bit more brutal in America.
Already it would be some quite nice compensation if I would play, I don't know, B4 or Rook C1 or some normal move. But Queen G4 is like, okay, if you have to play a move like G6 or King F8, then okay, this is just too much because you're underdeveloped and your dark squares are terrible and you're missing a dark squared bishop.
That's basic chess. We tell our students, and indeed he has played the move G6. Looks like Wesley So is already in the driver's seat, and maybe he's going to play some more cherry-on-the-cake moves. We'll look to see as the game continues here in Paris.
You like the cherry on the cake, right? That's nice.
Some very honest words by Romain.
Well, but so early, Etienne's a great professional player. Eight moves and already under tremendous pressure. After the move G7, G6, the commentators rather left it because they just said, okay, great compensation. True that. I mean, that dark square bishop is gleefully smiling, looking towards those dark squares, but you got to put together a precise series of moves. If black gets D7, D6, that is a tempo, and if he does get his pieces developed, knight F6, he's still got a pawn in the pocket. You got to prove.
You got to prove. In modern day chess, you have to prove.
Exactly. So I'm not going to count Etienne out yet, but I do agree, however, that White's dynamics really do compensate very nicely. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Yes, I want to go back to a game that has the potential of becoming the game of the round between Vashier and Grishchuk, two very, very strong Najdorf players, arguably the best players in the world in terms of Najdorf theory. After F3, E5, Knight B3, Bishop E7, this is a game of nuances. Black played the knight on C6, but he hasn't played A6 yet. So you cannot go with the knight on D7 anymore, but you can potentially play A5 in one move, and this is exactly what happened. Bishop E3, castle, Queen D2, Bishop E6, castle, opposite side castle. We know its speed is of extreme importance. A5, Bishop B5, Queen B8, and now I think we have G4 on the board. Both sides are preparing their attacks. This has huge potential of becoming the game of the round.
Wow. We always love these opposite. We were just talking
about how when I was a child, I discovered this. I read about this concept of opposite side castling. So as soon as I could, as soon as he castled king side, queen side castling came, and of course G4, G5. I love that move. And H4. H4 is another favorite.
But you were mentioning that you were doing this as a 4-year-old.
As a 5-year-old, yeah. Five-year-old. Yeah, chess was really easy back then.
Really easy.
Yes, it was.
So chess was in your family then?
Yeah, it was a family tradition. You know, my father plays chess, and his father taught him chess. So my father was very keen that we keep the tradition going. So he taught my brother and myself how to play chess.
4 and 5. Wow.
Another interesting idea in this position. Black is really having some difficulties getting his attack going on the queen side with A4. So a move such as Rook C8, King B1, let's say, hiding the king all the way to B1, and now an enterprising maneuver, Knight E8 to C7, relocating, forcing the bishop to relocate, and then we can go B5, A4, and so on. I have a feeling White is just going to play B5, and he's going to allow Black to give up his knight for the bishop. And in the meantime, he's just going to push his pawns on the king side. So again, if White manages to contain Black's attack on the queen side, then he's going to have a perfect game on the king side.
Thank you. And just in that final position that you had, Cristian.
Yes.
After that move 90. I had this sudden thought of knight c3 to a4, trying to take advantage of the fact that the b6, and if you went knight c7, to follow it up with the move c2, c4.
Consequences, Yasser.
Yes.
You left the c file, so now I'm ready to attack your c2 pawn. Instantly. The problem being, if you go c3, guess what? Bam.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Do you understand anything from what's happening?
Yes,
I don't.
king takes, knight
After
c7.
king takes e2, knight c7, bishop retreats.
Or I have to keep the bishop, don't I, on b5, queen
The
e7?
engine's best move in this position is bishop to d7.
Wow.
Because after bishop to d7, you go knight b6, and you grab the exchange or the bishop, and then the king hides. This is madness on the board. This is, I think this is going to become the game of the round.
Well, you called it early. Boy,
yes,
and
undoubtedly.
Nice
also be
insight.
very instructive, because in these type of positions as white, I'm always thinking, how am I going to break on the king side when you have these perfect defense with the pawns on f7, g7, and h7.
The beautiful
The
pawn
beautiful
shield.
defense, yes.
Yeah.
And it is always a question. I mean, often opening books will just stop there and say, great kingside attack.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yeah, no. You know, show me how.
But we were talking about the pawn storms and how you like playing g4, g5. And one of the things I discovered just about the time I crossed the 2200 threshold, against a pawn storm, get your pieces out of the way.
Yeah.
So that the pawns don't come storming down the board with the tempo. So
Yes.
I like that knight e8. Very insightful move. I went to the game of Veselin Topalov versus Fabi, and it's
Fabi played a French.
A French,
That's
which is close to my heart, and he played it in an enterprising way that after typical for Veselin Topalov. Veselin, more so than any other player on the circuit, loves the two bishops, and he grabs them early, and he's very impressive with them. Having said that, the doubled B pawns, instinctively, who do you like in this position?
Instinctively?
Yeah.
I have to confess, I'm a Veselin.
Yeah, you like the bishops.
I like the bishop, despite what you might have thought from our blitz games yesterday.
No,
I do like the bishops, and the pawns. They play a nice role in restraining the the queen side pawns. I will worry about the king side pawn majority that black has later on.
Right.
That's something I will think about. But for the time being, I like the dynamic play.
Yeah, and especially this bishop can be a monster once it gets on this long diagonal. Bishop f3 controlling the d5 square as well. The knight c5 is not stable. There's always this b2, b4 to disturb. But this is the kind of double-edged position that we were really hoping for in the tournament.
And one little pattern I've noticed with the pawn on b5, it makes the a7 pawn very weak. I always, because it keeps it restricted.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you get, imagine you get a knight attack or a bishop on e3, and perhaps it will hold down a rook on e8.
Right. Right.
And then I like to do my little maths thing, bishop 3, rook 5.
Yeah, it's all automatic for you, this flow. Christian.
Yes, I want to point out a nice tactic in the game between Mamedyarov and Carlsen. In this position, Mamedyarov played the move g3, very, very nice prophylactic move. He's coming with the knight from g2 to f4, attacking the bishop on e6. Now, the natural move in this position would be rook to c8, doubling up on the file, attacking the pawn on c3. And now comes the blow, queen to e2. If you take the pawn on c3, I simply take, and guess what? This pawn is actually not defended by the bishop because the bishop cannot move. After bishop takes d5, queen to e8, checkmate. A very nice tactic in the position. And after g3, I think white is just better because of this maneuver, knight g2, knight f4, and black is going to have some problems with the bishop on e6.
Yeah,
nice
trick there.
Nice trick.
So should we head back to the Grishuk game?
Absolutely. I mean, because that game was
that
really...
game was going to take off.
Oh, yes. It already has.
Well, it was already, yes, of course.
In full flight. Oh, my goodness. Look at what we have. We just left it around these parts where queen b8 was played.
Yep.
g2, g4, the move that, okay.
Go forth.
a4. Christian was mentioning it's a little bit difficult for black to get because the a4 square was protected. MVL had no such Grishuk had no such problems. He just said splat a4, take it.
You want to open lines, isn't it? That's the
well,
d5.
I'm actually not sure what this d5 move is. I mean, it's a good move, but rook takes a4 would have been winning, I think.
Wow.
Rook takes a4, bishop takes a4. B5.
B5 in that moment.
Wow.
I'm not really sure what Vashier had in mind in this position. Maybe bishop takes b5 and grab as many pawns as possible. But the problem is you're grabbing the pawns in front of my pieces, and now I'm just going to put my pieces, attack your king, and I think you're going to be in huge,
yeah, it's an extra
trouble.
piece for an attacking, isn't it?
Absolutely right. Oh my goodness! So a big miss, perhaps.
Big miss.
D5.
D5 is a nice looking move, but if you have rook takes a4 on the board, then you should probably play that.
I couldn't agree with you more. That looks like a miss. Let's see how the game did unfold. After the move D5, the natural G5, get rid of that knight. No
D4.
such way. D4.
I love this counter-attacking, yes.
Captures, 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 captures. And we're up to date, but an extra pawn for white, but he's facing a lot of dangers. As king,
the king is very unsafe.
On B1, there's this rook on eyeballing the A2 pawn, so you can't really jump with knight B6. Rook takes A2 is a chilling move. I think I'm going to have to take along a tempo with king B8, but I'm allowing moves like knight D4.
Yeah, it was knight D4.
Here we go. Oh boy. Let's go to Paris.
Yes, definitely.
Maurice.
Well, you want a wild game that makes no sense at all? You want to look at this one. I mean, what happened here? You have to really think about it before you could actually reconstruct the opening moves. If I were to hand you this position, it wouldn't be clear, by the way, Romain, that you came out of a tepid C4 English. Like, what's this? But now it looks like they've thrown up on the board, and we have a position. Queen C4 was the move played. The Indians like the move queen to H4. But after queen C4 was played, now this unusual move, knight to A6, putting the knight on the side. It's not even attacking the B pawn. It doesn't seem to make sense. And now comes a very dramatic moment. Rook to C1 with the threat of actually capturing this bishop. And here things get crazy.
Things get crazy because white has a very big threat B5. Of course, he could not play B5 on the move B4 because then white would have knight C5.
Black would have knight C5.
But after rook C1, so the only not just queen takes C8 is a threat, but also B5. So here probably black has to play himself a move like B5, and this is a computer suggestion. And it's quite funny that after queen C8, rook C8, rook C8, king E7, rook H8.
That's two rooks and a bishop for the queen.
Many pieces. But now, of course, it is white that is having a bad development, and the white king is quite weak. So it is some kind of compensation. Probably it doesn't work for black, but for a rapid game, let's say this is maybe enough to get unclear play.
Yeah, you look at all these pieces over here. You've got the bishop, the knight, the rook. Nothing really off the back row. This queen, we know, can be dangerous. And
yeah, I mean,
it could develop into something, but it's not clear yet how they organize themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there are some lines like this in Grunfeld where you sacrifice some pawns or even a piece or an exchange, and suddenly the white king is... It reminds me of something, actually, this position, which, of course, well, not the same position at all, but the same kind of idea. And this is, well, let's say this is the best Etienne can hope for after this terrible opening.
It's important to note this move back here, why it's so critical. This move, rook to C1, and black is thinking for quite some time. Castles just simply runs into the move B5, and you're just in big trouble. Just make it clear, you're lost. Your knight can't go anywhere at all. And if the knight goes to this square, then bishop to B4, hello, collecting everyone. So the critical moment in the game, he is not going to castle. He's going to play B5.
Or B6, maybe.
Or maybe B6. He realizes he has this trouble all the way back here. So critical moment for the Frenchman. He must be just feeling horrible. His first chance at such a big tournament, playing in front of family, friends, French TV. This has got to be very difficult, a lot of pressure.
Actually, not first chance, because he played last year already. I don't remember what was the result. But
not in this tournament. Last year,
I think he did. There was... was it Fressinet maybe?
No, Fressinet played last year.
I thought Boss played. Okay, maybe.
No. Fressinet and MBL were the two Frenchmen who played last year.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's quite some pressure. And, of course, when you have to play rapid games against all these guys who are obviously extremely strong rapid players, well, of course, it's a lot of pressure because you may wonder, okay, am I going to win one game in this tournament? I mean, okay, it's not so easy to beat any of these guys. So, well, he has a lot of pressure and probably will have to play a little bit more solid openings if you want to manage something. Maybe to wait for the guys to come to him and say, okay, you want to beat me, just come, and then maybe to punish them. So it doesn't look like this game started in the right way. But, okay, who knows? If he finds this move B5, it can become just unclear.
Absolutely. Enterprising position. We'll see what happens. Will the Frenchman find his form in front of his fans? Guys?
Thank you, gentlemen. And unfortunately for Etienne, he really has no choice.
No, exactly.
He's putting himself in a situation where he's got to give up a lot of material for an initiative. But let's have a look at that. And he has played b6. We were expecting either b6 or b5. And here's Wesley with the opportunity grabbing 2 rooks and a bishop, for the queen. But again, the time control of rapid chess, you really want to have the initiative. Here, you've got the game won. I mean, you've got massive amount of material, but your king's still in the center.
But there's no, you know, my
the
pieces
problem
are still
is,
sleeping.
Yeah, all the pieces are sleeping.
Your knight is on g1, your bishop is on f1, your rook on h1,
Yes.
your rook completely out of the game on h8.
Yeah,
So
I wouldn't
I
touch
don't know.
this.
I would pick black in that position with an active queen combined with the knight coming to b4. I think that's going to be problematic for white, to say the least.
I wanted to ask the consequential question. I'm playing knight f3. Give me 1 or 2 moves, game over. So how will Etienne... He'll have to start with a check.
Find the initiative, for sure.
Check
and,
ideal.
you know, you got to go whole hog, right?
Am I
Queen
going to
takes
give up
d5.
my knight?
Yes, of course you are, because you're just... You can't afford...
The problem is you're not castling anytime soon.
Yeah.
So knight c2, king d1.
No, but I was just wondering whether I could... I don't really want to give up my knight, so I was thinking maybe I could play e4 or something, you know?
e4, okay, there you go.
Well, if you give up your knight, the most you can expect is a perpetual.
Right, that's your hope, that you'll end up with a perpet. Because also, black's king is not 100% copacetic either, right? I mean, I've got ways of annoying... but total imbalance game.
Yeah, completely.
We love it. We love it. Oh my goodness.
I want to
and what about the game of the round you were telling us about?
Actually, I want to draw your attention to a different game. That is between Topalov and Caruana. Caruana, I think he's going to make a comeback this round. In this position, after bishop f1, you have to dislocate this knight from c4 to be able to infiltrate with the rook on c2. Fabiano understands that, and he immediately plays knight to b6. Let me just refresh my board because I want to make sure I have the right position on the board. After knight b6, knight takes b6, the normal move. Bishop takes b6, rook is coming to c2, rook d3, knight to d4. Pawn is going to go to e5. I'm going to solidify my knight in the center. This is not looking well for white.
Well, white discombobulated his bishops. I thought the bishop was going to come to f3. I didn't think that the bishop was going to go to g5.
No, this doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't.
Well, I like what you were saying, Jovanka, with the bishop coming to e3, tying down the pawn on the... Bishop really doesn't have a future on g3, and I don't like the bishop on f1. Sorry, I've got the wrong position here. I'm mesmerized by the game between MVL and Grishuk, by the way. This is just a Sicilian player's, you know, dream, you know, like massive complications going on there. But
so, white is up a pawn, but has 2 knights. 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
But this is, let's just go back to see how we left it here. I like white.
We like white. What can go wrong?
Right. Knight c4. Knight b3. Okay, so this is where Veselin, and then Veselin played bishop g5. Maybe this move knight c4 was the wrong move.
No, this knight c4 doesn't quite look right. I mean, what's wrong with
b4?
b4 or something.
Getting your bishop to f3. But once that knight took roost on b3,
also
any
controls the
dangers?
c-line.
And I really like this
strategy. You know? He can perfect control.
Christian, you called it really well. I think that
he did play e5.
Fabi has a really lovely position, especially with control of the c line. The knight looks gorgeous on d4.
Cannot be chased away.
No, at this moment, I think Veselin
permanent knight, as the old Soviets used to say.
Well, I think Veselin, with his last move, king h1, has prepared the move f2, f4, because if you let that knight just remain there, f4, you know...
I guess that can be stopped though with a...
That's a trademark for all good players, being able to pull a comeback, you know. He lost a tragic game in the first round against Wesley, but now he's just simply outplaying Topalov.
Yes, with the black pieces.
All the good players somehow find the strength and manage to do that.
Yeah, especially the world champions. I mean, we would joke that one of the worst times ever to play Gary, and Gary was never, there was never really a great time to play Gary, but one of the worst times was after he lost. Then he was just like a beast. He was like, you know, you didn't want to get into the cage with him. You know, it was really frightening. What the heck is going on in Hikaru's game? There's a missing white G pawn, and I don't know what happened.
Looks good for black. I like that rook on e2.
Let's see what happened. It all came from a pretty conventional Queen's Indian, and let's see. There came a capture. Oh, so it was G3 takes F4, F4 takes E5. I was wondering how he lost his G3 pawn. It moved up the board through captures, and now Hikaru.
Okay, well, we should go and check on Maurice and Romain out there in Paris. Tell us what's happening.
Well, it's just fire on board. That's what's happening. Incredible game that you guys were following with MVL and Alexander Grischuk and this wild Sicilian. We love watching stuff like this. Just as a recap, after G5, D4 happened, GF6, D3, Queen takes E3, and here White ended up a pawn ahead after Bishop takes, and Knight B, C5. So White is ahead by a pawn. Black has the two bishops. There's pressure on the king, and you figure some kind of normal move here, except Grischuk decided to pull a Bobby Fischer and played bishop takes A2. Wild. Why is the bishop in here? You know this is not a pawn we like taking, but it looks like this is very bad for black.
It looks like, well, of course, knight e7 and b3 here are two very critical moves. On the other hand, well, if probably Grischuk doesn't really believe in this move. But on the other hand, he probably thought, okay, a move like bishop c8 is not an option, and if he does something else, then White is going to take on e6 and to play move queen b3, and it's going to be just a pawn. And of course, a very weakened pawn structure for black. So he probably thought, okay, let's take on a2 and let's see what happens. This is, in fact, well, of course, with the computer, it's easy to see that it's a plus 150 for White. But on the other hand, okay, let's say I play b3, then black plays queen b4. Well, from human point of view, it doesn't look that clear because, for example, move king b2, then bishop e7, computer says, and it's the white pieces that are starting to be kind of miscoordinated.
A little trouble with some sacrifices here. You can't take because the knight will be pinned.
Yes.
So but that's not what happened. In the critical line, of course, MVL didn't need much time in this position to play this one. I mean, look at that fork. Queen, rook, bishop.
Yeah. Well, the biggest problem is not the exchange, but this bishop, because of course, if you can provoke g takes f6, then White is going to deliver mate with queen h6 and rook g1. So yes, after knight d7, it looks quite terrible for black. Of course, it doesn't mind about this exchange because a4 is also hanging, and then the white king may become weak.
But here, in the moment, the queen's hanging. He did play queen here. Knight takes. Queen takes, as you mentioned, is best because pawn takes is just going to open a direct line to the king. And then a new knight showed up, knight to b6 with the threat on the rook and the knight d7 threat. Yes. And this is looking less like compensation for black.
This is another exchange. This is not like taking knight f8. Of course, this is a real exchange. Probably Grischuk missed this one because this looks completely winning for White, simply. So probably Maxime is going to win this game.
Bishop e6 was played, and now Thonk on the a8 square.
Now I assume he can. Well, computer says rook g1, but I also, well, maybe b3 is also some kind of move, and then the queen to c3. Okay, if rook a1 checked, I'm just going to eye the king to b2. If queen e7 to give some checks, I'm going to play queen c3. This doesn't look like a compensation for black.
No, it really doesn't look like it at all. MVL in front of the fans here in France, having won his first game against his countrymen. Well, now it looks like he's got it all under control against Grischuk, and he could go 2-0. This is a spectacular start for him, no doubt about it. We'll see whether or not Wesley So can keep it up in his game and try to at least keep pace with the Frenchman.
Round two, we are being painted and treated. Yes. Cristian, what has got your attention in this?
Let's go to one of the games that we have actually forgotten about, the game between Mamedyarov and Magnus Carlsen. What started as a slow offer in this position, okay, it's still very, very balanced, but Magnus found this incredible tactical shot, bishop to f5, enticing White to grab the material. Rook takes e7. Now, if you take back with the queen on e7, bishop takes f5, g takes f5, queen takes h6. this is game over. Your king is completely exposed. You have absolutely no chances of survival. Instead of that, after rook takes e7, I'm going to play this move. Bishop takes d3. Now your rook on c2 is basically trapped. My bishop and my knight are controlling all the squares on the second rank. Now, this is where Mamediyarov is thinking. He can take on a7, but this looks and I think he actually did take on a7. This is very dangerous. After the move rook e8, I'm still not going to take your rook. Concentrating all my forces on the king side. You only have your queen and the knight on the defense. The rook is completely out of the game. So this might get very wild. Very, very wild.
Yes.
And just continuing the thought, did you evaluate this final the position that you reached?
Computer says 0, 0, 0.
No.
Yeah.
0, 0.
I hate those computers.
Yeah,
I really do.
But it's not that easy for...
It's
okay,
double-edged game.
It's very double-edged game.
In some crazy lines, for example.
Knight f4?
Knight takes f4. Knight f4, sorry. Bishop takes c2. Queen takes c2. g5, attacking the knight.
Yeah.
And now you actually have to take another pawn. Take the bait or not. Queen e6.
Not queen f3?
Not queen f3. Not queen f3. Queen f3 is actually a mistake because of rook e7. My rook comes into play. Right?
Oh,
All
nice.
my defenders are coming back. Now my defenders. If I manage to get my rook back, then my position is perfectly safe. The problem is that I'm going to play queen e6, attacking the knight. Rook e7 doesn't work. And in this position, you actually have to play queen to a4, queen to e1, king g2, queen to e4. And as expected, in these sharp positions, the computer manages to find the perpetual.
Wow. Yeah,
you have to take the perpetual because there's a fork happening on f6.
Okay, but to see all of those moves with such little time, and by the way, jumping to the game of Wesley Slow, also our tournament leader, after the move b7, b6, Wesley didn't like giving up the initiative. No. He didn't go for the queen sacrifice.
It's very important, I think, in rapid play games to have the initiative. You know, you force your opponent to defend. Defending takes energy.
So Wesley Slow played it with the move knight f3, bishop b7, e4. And he said, look, if I can keep these two guys on b7 and a6 out of the game, I've got it strategically won. Why do I have to do anything special? And I've got the two Bs. And
the control of the dark squares, of course.
Right. So after castles, a2, a3, just keeping this knight restricted, no knight b4, no knight c5, the knight is offside, rook c8, queen d3, and we are up to date with the players. And it's quite true. If Etienne doesn't do something very dramatic very shortly, White will just smother Black's
This
play.
bishop on b7 has looking at a wall. Has looking at a wall.
Right.
The bishop on the dark square, White's dark square bishop is a fantastic piece. It's going to terrorize the pawn on e.
And one other point to just point out, when the knight does drop back and the knight doesn't have any possibility of knight c5, now suddenly the move b4, b5 also introduces another. I mean, the bishop could be a monster on b4, suddenly trapping your queen.
Trapping the queen,
So Etienne's got issues, and over to Paris. Maurice.
Well, of course, France doesn't want to see their homeboy go down like that. And so we ourselves were looking at this position, and there is a shot that you have to be very cognizant of here. These knights are so bad, this bishop is so horrible, that you're thinking somebody's got to go. You've got to free your position. And here, a very wise thing to do is to take on d5 and look for counterplay.
Of course. Well, here it is White to move. This is why White should here play the move queen b1. Otherwise, Black is going to take on d5 and to push e4 next with a fork on the queen and the knight. So I think Wesley was probably did not optimize his position, putting the knight to f3. I quite liked the idea of the computer to put the pawn to f3 and then play knight h3, knight f2, keeping a very solid center. And then it was very unclear to me how Black would manage to get counterplay.
Well,
now it looks like
this position, it looks like there's some play, right? I mean, queen b1. Like, Yasser, your point about b5, certainly there are sacrifices on d5 that are possible. The engine's giving this move If you take back, then e4, and suddenly the game has dramatically changed. This is the move you pointed out before. So another move to get out of this would be queen b1. That's another tempo spent in this position. And black could still think about this move. I mean, what else to do when your pieces can't breathe at all?
Of course, suddenly the position becomes quite difficult to play for black.
For
white, sorry. And, well, also, okay, knight takes d5 is an option, but after knight h5, for example, I'm not very sure what is going on because f5 is coming, knight f4. It looks to me like this is decent play for black. I mean, suddenly everything makes some sense because clearly, may it be with knight takes d5 or f5, these pawns are not going to remain. And I think black is now maybe almost fine.
That knight on f3 was indeed a slip on his part. Should have put a pawn there to keep that structure together against all costs. It looks like it's going to have diminished. It looks like it has diminished Wesley's big spatial advantage, especially since his king is still stuck in the center of the board with the bishop still on f1. Time is a factor here. Frenchman fighting back. Again, he doesn't want to be embarrassed 2 games in a row with so many people in Paris and beyond watching on Canal Plus.
Thank you, gentlemen. You cleared the cobwebs. I didn't see this knight takes d5 and e5, e4. And it shatters the nice white center.
Strategical mistake to put knight on f3 when perhaps a pawn on f3, which is kind of a little bit, well, it's very common in this type of structure to go f3. But at this, you haven't developed. White hasn't developed, so the focus is okay. We'll just go knight f3.
Of course, bring the pieces out.
Bring the pieces out. Yes.
Yes, but that did clear the cobwebs from me because I did not see this beautiful sacrifice, and then the position just opens up wonderfully for black's pieces. And guess what? Queen b1 has been played, just as the pros there were explaining. Okay, knight h5, I agree. That's a completely playable move. But when you start thinking about, Etienne in the tournament, he's got the target on his back.
Yes.
Let's go for the initiative. I mean, and the piece sacrifice.
Well, it's a decision.
It has something to be said for it.
To be made. The question is, do you do it with so little time? He's 5 minutes short.
I like being in the driver's seat, the attacker, having the initiative.
Guys,
yes, please,
we have
Cristian.
Some big developments in the game between Vachier Lagrave and Alexander Grischuk. In this position, critical moment, Grischuk should have played bishop e7, attacking the knife, forcing it actually to take the bishop on e6, f takes e6. This opens up my rook, and in a potential endgame, this rook is going to be an active player. Instead of that, Grischuk thought for like 10 minutes, and then he took on a2. Who would do that? An objective player would never do that. Instead of that, knight d7, queen d8, knight f6, queen takes f6, knight b6. Very, very precise calculation by Vachier, attacking one rook and attacking the move, knight d7 with a fork. Bishop to e6, defending the fork on d7. Rook takes 8. Now, the a file is open. The problem is that I have this move, b3, king b2, rook a1. I'm going to try to exchange all the pieces, and then I'm going to be perfectly fine as white. Queen e7, Grischuk is trying to find counterplay. Unfortunately, there's no counterplay there. And we've reached this position, if I'm not mistaken, we have some more moves on the board. The assessment has changed a little bit. Now, black got some initiative, still not enough for equality, for full equality, but there is still play in the game. So we'll see if Grischuk can come up with some creative ideas.
Well, I must say, my first impression in this position that they have is I like MPL, but let's go back
to Maurice.
In Paris. Maurice.
Find out what's happening.
Well, a big development in the game between Mamedyarov and Magnus Carlsen, as Mamedyarov has blundered. I want to take you back just a little bit. After Magnus got this position, he got the light squared bishop from his opponent, and White decided to play this move, rook takes a7. It's a fine move, but the rook is offside. It looks like it's on the 7th rank, it's some pressure, but it's offside. This move, g5, rook d2, the rook was definitely trapped anyway. After bishop e4, knight e1, rook to e8, and now is a moment you have to stop and think about the position. It looks like everything is quite normal, but black's pieces are all perfectly placed. But in this position, he blundered horribly, Roma, with the move a4.
Yeah, he probably missed this threat, bishop f3, which is actually which to us looks quite obvious because we have the computer with us. Of course, he had to play, well, he had to prevent it playing some move like Queen D1, and I don't think he was in any danger. Black had compensation for the pawn, but probably not more. After Bishop F3, where Rook E2 is unavoidable.
This
and
move
I think,
is coming on the board in a second.
Yes, and it looks like Black is completely winning. I don't know if I play a move like King F1. I guess Black can play, for example, Queen F5. Yes, and Queen H3 and Rook E2. Well,
it's ugly.
Yes.
The light squares are completely weak. And again, we're looking at this rook that's been entombed after grabbing this pawn and is now on this A4, this pawn on A4, blocking it from coming into the act. That means that these three pieces are assaulting these two, and it's not enough to defend the position. He's in shock right now playing this move, seeing A4 land on the board. What a blunder. Bishop F3 there. I want to know what's going on in his facial expressions, because this move is a monster move with no reply at all. He is just completely busted right now, and you know Magnus is going to knock him out the park. It's not like Magnus lets people off the hook.
Of course. Well, he may try, for example, to defend the position passively. So let's say Rook E2 is a threat. So let's say move Queen C1, Rook E2, Queen F1. But here, I guess after Queen E4, then Rook E1 is
crushing.
The next move, yes.
Mamedyarov, a very strong player, 2,800 player. He's been having a fantastic year so far, but it looks as though in his first step into the Grand Chess Tour, he's going to get hit by the man who everybody picks to win this thing, Magnus Carlsen.
Bit of a wobble. Oh boy, the great news from Magnus Carlsen fans.
To allow Bishop F3 though.
Yeah.
What a...
Ooh, Rook E2 is just such
bad.
a cruncher. I didn't quite get that MVL versus Grishuk position, because my first impression is I'm looking at White's king on A3 and I'm going, oh, that's rather nice. I mean, no dark squared bishop to disturb me. And okay, I understand.
It's not that easy.
It's not that easy because the first impression is Rook B2, and it, you know, I got a B pawn that's just ready to trundle. I didn't see immediate counterplay.
My first instinct is to go King B4.
No. He played Rook C1, not Rook B2?
No, he played Rook C1.
Rook
C1, and then after Rook C1, Grishuk played Rook F2, attacking the pawn on F3. Now, if you allow me to take on F3, your queen is going to be pinned. So you have to move this king somewhere. You can either go to B2 or to B4. My initial instinct would be to go to B4, to be honest. But after Rook F3, Queen takes C1, Queen to G5. Queen attacking the rook, but in the same time attacking the move Queen E7. And now the king starts feeling very, very uncomfortable. Instead of that, perhaps better would be King B2. But even so, after Rook takes F3, Queen to E1, Rook to D3, or perhaps Rook to B3, this doesn't look easy at all for White, in my opinion.
No, that's not the variation I like. I'm not sure I understood.
Like he allowed too much counter.
Well,
too much.
I'm not sure why Rook C1 was played. Why didn't he play Rook B2? Because that looks so straightforward.
Rook C1 is actually the computer's best move.
Because of Rook F2?
If you go Rook B2, I still go Rook F2. And now what are you going to do next?
Okay. Oh boy, I'm not sure. But let's go back.
Let's go back to Maurice.
Maurice
and Romain.
Well, these French guys are regaling us with their fighting spirit and crazy lines, and of course, all of France on pins and needles as they play this game. Wesley So looked like he was just simply dominating Etienne Bacrot, but Romain, he came back after this move, Queen B1. It looks like Wesley missed something after Knight CD5, the sacrifice we expected to see takes, and after Queen takes on D5, he made a mistake here and played the move Bishop to E2.
Yeah, I think Wesley in general thought he kind of overestimated this idea Knight C7, Knight takes D5. He probably thought this is too slow. This is why he went.
And I'm hearing that the game with Magnus. I'm sorry to interrupt. Magnus' game is over. Bishop F3 has forced resignation in that game, so the world champion has picked up his first win. Again, continue.
Yeah, so I think he just saw this plan, Knight C7, Knight takes D5 can't work, and he went for this Knight F3. Probably was thinking, should I play Queen takes C8 or should I play Knight F3? Maybe he didn't think of this idea to just play F3 and delay even more development. And now, yes, definitely E4 is such a big threat. Instead of Bishop E2, he should have played the move Queen B2. But again, it means delaying development, which is not so pleasant because, well,
Black has all this play. Look at all
here
these
you want to
pieces.
play bishop e2, of course, but queen b2 was queen e2 was necessary. And here, well, e4 is not working because queen f6. Maybe queen e4 check, bishop e2, and here, well, bishop a6. I have b5, but looks very dangerous. Rook c2 is coming, but I guess I have queen e5. Well,
holding on barely.
Yes, I would not like to be white here. On the other hand, okay, well, computer says d5, which is a very strange move. d5.
Well, a wild move, but that's not what happened. Let's get to the game. Bishop to e2 instead, and then e4 happened. Now this knight has nowhere to go because queen b2 would have allowed it to have a square. Knight to h4, and then g5, testing the knight yet again. Queen b2 attacking his knight. Knight e8, a sweet move. No place to put the knight at all, so he just put it back home and said, what are you going to do about this guy? Well, guess what? It had to go back, and after a couple of captures, knight to g7 and rook to g1, and now back row is back in business. A wild position for Wesley. The problem is there's a clock issue.
Yeah, he spent too much. He spent a lot of time in this game, and now, well, black should be better, but it is not going to be an easy task to play this position with black. I just came across something interesting that the computer was suggesting. Here, after move e4, instead of playing knight h4 and losing the piece in bad fashion, is suggesting this move bishop e3, which I think is extremely smart. And after ef3, bishop f3, then at least white is not weakening his pawn structure, and next move is castle. This is quite smart by the computer, like very instructive move. But of course, Wesley should not allow this to happen.
Well, if we all saw the position like a computer did, then you'd be plugging us in at night to charge up. We're not computers. Wesley's so clearly not one either. He made a big mistake here, and now he has to fight for his life. We'll see whether or not he can pull it off as back row is in time pressure.
Thank you for that.
So,
wow,
so
look
Wesley
at the time.
Wesley in trouble, but Etienne in trouble in the clock.
Exactly.
So
big trouble on the clock. Action everywhere. Christian, you've been following MVL and Alexander Grishuk. What do you got for us?
Absolutely. Action everywhere, guys. One game was over. One game could have been over if Grishuk would have found the right move. In this position, white played king b1, and if c3 with the threat of queen takes c1, king takes c1, rook f1 checkmate would have been played. This is done. Game over. Plus 10 by the engine. Rook g1, queen g2. I'm attacking this rook. I'm hunting the rook down. Rook to c1, and now the flashy move that probably Grishuk missed, bishop to b3. Threatening the move. Bishop takes c2, rook takes c2, rook f1, and then if you block with the rook on c1, so let's say, for example, you go rook a3, I'm going to play this, rook f1. If you go rook c1, now the queen swings back to b2, checkmating the king. This would have been huge for Grishuk. Unfortunately, he didn't let himself enough time to calculate all this, and instead he played the move queen to b4, queen to b2, queen to c5, and the game continued. In this position, white is a little bit better, but a wild game. Anything can happen.
All three results possible, but that was a beautiful line.
Was Bishop B3.
I love that queen g2 move, don't you?
Yeah, I love
dominate the rook.
Hunt the rook down.
Hunting the rook down.
What a fantastic, and the way the queen swings over to deliver.
And I just saw Grishuk giving a quick look to the clock as his time is down to seconds.
Seconds. So, how many seconds is it? Five seconds.
Let's see, and he's definitely nervous. He just feeling the pressure of that ticking clock.
He's still playing the most accurate moves, but his position is getting damaged with every single move, because also white is finding all the precise continuations.
Wow. Okay.
And with 2 seconds on the clock, I mean, you're not going to survive that position.
2 seconds?
I'm not sure how many he has, but not more than 5, I would assume.
I'm just trying to find the game. Where is it? Is it at the top?
No, that's Magnus.
That's Magnus at the top.
That's back row, so it must be.
That's back row. Oh, where's my mouse? Okay, I definitely need a mouse pad.
He does have enough. 11 seconds, I think.
11?
I think so.
Okay,
yeah,
I got the board up on my, and it's it's strange to me that Grishuk hadn't gone for that c4, c3, because you always love those pawns on c3s and f6.
Of course.
Right? They're right, choking the opponent, keeping the king under lock and key. And after this move, bishop d5, he's kept the pawn on b6 under control. He's controlling the b7, but it's really about the clock. 5 minutes, 11 seconds, the 10-second delay. Is that enough for Grishuk?
I think it probably is. I think it's not that.
So far, he's finding the best move. This is one of his brilliant characteristics. He can play with 1 second on the clock, and he's still going to find the best move in the position. You cannot gamble with him.
Annoying when your opponent's always finding. But we've got world champion Magnus Carlsen.
With Maurice, over in Paris.
Well, we have the first winner of the second round, and Magnus getting a win, a much desired win with the black pieces. Magnus, it looked like it was a pretty reasonable game. What were your thoughts when you had the opening, just coming out of the opening?
I thought I was not too thrilled. I thought I was a little bit worse. Then I was very happy to sacrifice a pawn and gain some initiative, and as you can see, he collapsed pretty quickly.
Yeah, this move, bishop f3, you must have seen coming, but to see a4 appear on the board must have just shocked you.
Yeah, it did. So, I mean, I didn't know what he should play. Maybe I thought, okay, if he does something like f4, at least it's still a game. Maybe also rook a3 is holding. But no, obviously that was a pleasant surprise.
Indeed. What is your feeling right now? Is it still too early in the competition to talk about your form in this one?
No, well, I think it's the first 2 rounds have been good. Like the first round, I came up with an interesting concept against Grishuk. Fortunately, I couldn't really make much of it, and this at least in this game, I think I made the most of my situation.
All right, well, congratulations and good luck in your last games today.
Thank you.
World champion Magnus Carlsen showing that you better watch out. He could hit you if you make a mistake.
Thank you, Maurice.
Looks like Magnus is back to business.
Nobody in the tournament wants to see a hot Magnus. But that game of MVL has captured my attention. The last move by Grishuk is rook f3, and he set up a very cagey threat. You have to be
b3, huh?
You bet, baby. That queen on e4, pitting the pawn on c2. Means rook b3 is a haymaker. White has to keep an eye on that. Rook on b5 doesn't make a very pleasing impression.
For me, it's the rook on c1. The rook on c1.
Yeah.
I think, well, that rook is very passive. I think black will have no problem just generating moves, because that's all he needs to do. Yes, it's easier.
Yeah, the practicalities of the situation. And what do you have for us, Cristian? You're looking at Wesley's game.
We have some interesting development in the game between Wesley and back row Etienne. Back row with 11 seconds on the clock. In this position, rook e5, White's only move to keep the balance would have been bishop f3, queen takes f3, and queen takes e5. Instead, he played the move bishop to d3, queen takes to d3, queen d3, and now if you take on e5, the difference is that my queen is on d3, I can play bishop e4, attacking queen b1, queen c2, and now you're having big problems. Instead of that, Saw play queen b8, and I think we have a few more moves on the board. Somehow he managed to find equality, but that's the problem. When you leave yourself only 12 seconds on the clock, you cannot calculate everything, and you cannot capitalize on your opponent's mistake.
Exactly. And exactly how much time does Etienne have it? Exactly
12 seconds.
12 seconds. Ooh.
And going down.
And going down
fast.
No increment, just time delay.
Just time delay, yes,
We'll
of course.
repeat ourselves throughout our broadcast.
Because this is very unusual, of course.
Very unusual, and the players there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley manages to swindle him in this position.
Yeah.
And how much time for Wesley, by the way?
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
Very comfortable.
Yes. Wesley's just looking at the screen, just looking at the shots there. He's playing very quickly as well.
Queen f5 only move. He played it. Okay.
Both.
What we got?
He's still finding the best moves. He's still finding the best moves.
And I'm just looking, and by the way, also at the game between Fabi versus Veselin Topalov, bishops of opposite color ending. I thought Fabi was going to reel this point home. It's awkward to say, if he has an advantage or not.
He's
anymore.
worse.
Well,
He's worse.
He's worse already.
He's just a couple of pawns behind, right? 3-5.
Can I not just? What
Two
about?
pawns
What about my threat of rook c1? Hey.
I'm going to have to play h3, and
H3.
I don't mind playing h3 anyway because I'll create a pass pawn. And
Yes.
Fabi also feeling the pressure of the ticking clock. 48 seconds for Fabi in that game. But let's go back.
This would be a tragic start for Fabiano.
Oh,
No,
Two
this would
winning
be-
position, butchering both of them. That must hurt.
that, no
That will.
question. Oh, yes.
Yes.
No question about it. Still this game of MVL and Grishuk keeping within with the
but,
time frame. He
MVL
hasn't-
doing a fantastic job of manoeuvring his pieces into good defensive squares.
Yeah, he's
And,
still an exchange up, after all. And the last move, I think, was this move. Yes,
I like
Queen
these
D3. Me too. Oh, I just love the tension of watching the. I
Oh,
love these
and the
webcams,
clock.
and you're just
And we
right
have-
there.
Look at the clock. 11 seconds.
Yeah, 11 seconds to 2.5 minutes.
Well, he had 11 seconds 2 minutes ago.
Exactly.
Yes.
But
So
now he's
somehow he's
counting down to
surviving.
7,
Yeah.
Somehow he's
6.
surviving.
Uh-oh, well, it goes back to 11.
Yeah,
I'm
go
not
back to
quite
11, so-
sure.
No, it's
There's no
counting
increment.
down the 10.
Oh, I see. That's what it's
That's
doing.
what it's doing. So I got a bit confused when I saw 6
Right.
seconds.
Wait a
Yes.
minute. There's no increment.
Grishuk is actually still alive and well.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, let's just.
I feel
We're
white
gonna-
is.
We're going to need the board that keeps us up to date with the play. I love these webcam shots. That is a beautiful TV studio. And
Okay.
Wesley's game is over.
Yes.
And
What
what was the result?
the result? Did Wesley save
I
a
it looks
position
like a-
that he was in trouble?
Wesley actually won.
Wesley
No.
won.
Yes, yes. Let's see how that happened.
Let
Oh,
us.
my.
Again, Etienne Bacrot
Goodness.
blunders because of the time situation. So in this position, actually black is slightly better. The problem is that you have 12 seconds on the clock and you cannot really play chess with 12 seconds on the clock. Queen e5, king f7, queen d5, losing the bishop.
Oh,
and
no.
after this, it was all downhill for him. Queen takes d3, queen takes h2.
And that pawn on b5.
Check. You cannot
my
go
gosh.
king c7 because of bishop e5. Fork, king c8, queen a8, queen c7, queen takes a7, king d6, queen b8. The queen is going to be lost.
Scared.
The game is over. So yes, Etienne Bacrot, a disappointing result.
The second
Wow.
blunder in the late stages of the game. He's
And Wesley So as a lucky star
He-
as we start
he's-
these first
he's
2
riding the
rounds.
tiger,
My
yes.
goodness.
Goodness.
Oh my gosh, Maurice, further insights, please.
Well, it's just devastating. After losing the first game, Bacrot comes back and with great chances manages to lose the second game. And Wesley, you have to be impressed by the way he plays. He just always takes his chance. He always keeps his chances. He never oversteps. He plays very practically. But if you give him a chance, he's going to jump on you.
Yeah, well, it took a lot of risk in this game because, well, especially when he played, well, for people who have the game, when he played the move bishop e3, computer was giving queen d3. He could exchange queens, but it would be very drawish, and he probably thought, okay, my opponent has 20, 30 seconds. I should try something else. But he went for something that is -5 or -4 instead. So he took unbelievable risk, and of course, well, first I thought, okay, it's quite lucky not to lose this game, but well,
That
in
is
the
true.
end,
There was a moment you're talking about.
Yes.
If we back up, we're in the wrong game here. Sorry.
no.
If you could pull that up. Right. So way back when, if we go all the way back when in this position, before he stole this bishop, which is really unfortunate for White. I think I can get it a little bit faster. Right here. Instead of, in this position here, instead of this was almost ridiculous what he did in this position because he did not have to give away this pawn from what we know, this position.
I played here move.
He played rook e8, which was ridiculous. He could just put his king here. This is the most natural move on the board. Like,
Yeah,
who
queen
wouldn't play this move?
Yeah, and queen e5, bishop e4.
And
well,
now he would have
that's first.
overwhelmed. Would Bacrot have overwhelmed him in this position? This is where you can say for sure that Wesley can again thank his lucky stars for the second time in a row. Now he's sitting at 2-0 when he could easily have been half a point or even 0.
Yeah.
His win against Fabiano, he was dead lost, and now this one.
But this is rapid, and especially with this delay, this Braunstein time control, it's very tempting when your opponent has 20 seconds to do any kind of craziness because, around there, somewhere it would probably take a draw if it would be some Fischer time control because any moment Etienne can play 5-6 moves fast and then get 1.5 minutes on the clock. And if Black is completely winning, then he's going to win. But with Braunstein time control, any moment a blunder can happen until the end. And we could see that in the game. Many blunders happened. Well, good choice by Wesley. Of course, some luck, but not only luck.
Not only luck, strategic, definitely indeed. And Wesley So stands atop the leaderboard at 2-0 for the moment by himself this time. The Grand Chess Tour winner from last year making a bid to try to do it again.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And we've got some really amazing results.
Yes.
Fabi goes down again.
Fabi goes down again.
0-2, and this game between MVL and
What is
Grishuk,
happening?
turning it over to you, Christian. What is going on in this game?
We have simply madness on the board. In this position, Black is actually swindling White. Queen B2, F3, Queen B3, Queen E2. Not the best move. Instead, Queen D5 would have been, Bishop D5 would have been better. Queen B2, and now the move F2. You cannot take the pawn because Queen E1. This pawn is a huge weapon. Instead, Black played Queen E2, Queen C4, and now once again, he could have taken the Queen on C4, Rook takes C4, and now Bishop to A6.
Oops.
Easy tactics. I'm not really sure how a player of Grishuk's caliber missed this. Instead, he played Rook B5. And I think we have a lot more moves on the board. Right now, the assessment is, as you guessed it, 0-0-0.
And that's not going to happen at all.
That's not going to happen.
Wow.
All three results
Wow.
are possible, but I do prefer Grishuk's position. But
Of
it's
course,
about
with
the clock.
It's about the king, about the exposed kings.
They're both now down to 10 seconds.
Oh.
And the players...
I think this favors this.
They swapped the queens, and
Swap.
now Grishuk is definitely on the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Oh my
You
goodness.
just
Here
looking
we
from the
have
video, we see those Black has very nice pass pawns on the king side.
What's more powerful than 3 connected pass pawns? Jovi?
I
They're pretty powerful.
I didn't even spot the one on F3.
Yeah.
But, okay, White has the B ones.
And there goes one of...
Very smart
Rook
move.
takes D5.
Very smart move by
Rook takes F3.
by Bashir. D5.
Check. And there goes a rook.
Oh
my. The rook comes back, promoted, and so
Yeah,
it's
I
going to
think it'd
be
be a draw.
bishop and 2 connected pass pawns versus a rook. And since Black's king is so far,
Yep.
the players have agreed to a draw.
Well,
What a finish. Wow.
Wow. You don't know whether this is a fair result or not. You know, somehow
They kept us on
They
our
kept us-
edges of seat throughout. That was an amazing
That
game.
was-
I mean, I think the players you could write a book on this game. That was just
Absolutely.
extraordinary.
yeah, a tactics book at least.
Well, tell us the results because I'm like really confused. We got Wesley at 2-0.
Wesley at 2-2, and Fabi has lost 2
So
games in a row.
he's
So
0-2. Ouch.
he's last place. And
Magnus won, so
Magnus
he's 1.5.
So a couple of people, including Vessel and Topolov, at 1.5.
And
Memidarov lost, of course, so
So
he's at
half.
1-1. Well,
1
half.
point.
And
No,
then
1
we have a
point,
few
yes.
draws. Nakamura drew Karyakin. Wesley beat Bakro, and those were the results. But this game between Bashir and Grishuk, that was simply madness. I mean, this is what happens when 2 Najdorf players, arguably the best Najdorf players on the planet, clash. You get this type of games.
With no time on the clock.
Very, very exciting round.
And let me be quick to correct myself, of course. These games have 2 points.
Yes, these games have 2 points.
So
and
it's actually a
draw is-
4-point.
Yes.
The leader, Wesley So, has 4 points.
Yes, yes.
Exactly at this moment. But that was extraordinary. You were showing that one tactic that Sasha missed of trading queens and just putting the rooks
The critical
on the B
moment.
file.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was amazing because, you know, it's an automatic. You see
Yes.
the bishop on the diagonal.
Well, maybe he was afraid of some B7, you know, that you could just decoy. But
You're right.
Oh, well.
And we have Maurice with our
over to
tournament
Paris
leader.
With, Wesley.
The 2016 Grand Chess Tour winner making an early bid here in 2017 by winning 2 games that, Wesley, you probably didn't deserve to win. It's not how you drew it up, at least, when you were back in the hotel room. This game was a little crazy, to say the least.
Yeah, well, first of all, a win is a win. I don't really care how I win. I just want to win. Even if I flag my opponent, doesn't matter. But obviously, I need to play better than this because there are many more games to be played. So I need to have a better momentum and also a better strategy and a better performance overall.
Were you surprised when he took on d5, when he sacrificed and suddenly had all that counterplay?
Well, no, I wasn't really surprised because he basically had to take on d5, otherwise his bishop is trapped. But when he played bishop, knight cd5, bd5, queen d5, I probably didn't defend the best way possible because when I played knight h4, my knight was suddenly trapped and I'm simply a couple or a pawn down. So I probably have a better defense there. I think white should be better when he sacrificed the piece, but I just didn't find, I don't know what the best defense is.
Now, at the end, you could have easily prepared, like just no problem at all, bunch of checks, but you decided, let's go for it and play for bishop d4.
Yeah, I played bishop d4. I figured with opposite called bishops, I can give a few checks here and there. But objectively, the game, of course, white has no chance to win unless my opponent blunders, which he did. So yeah, queen takes f2 was a terrible blunder. Basically, any move should have sealed the draw.
You're in first place. What are you feeling at the moment?
Yeah, first place for the minute. Well, very happy. I mean, obviously, 2 out of 2 is a perfect way to start. And I think I play better overall when Tony Rich is around. So don't leave.
All the way from the U.S.
Yeah, but again, I have to play better than this and in the next game. But it's just a good difference because in my last tournament, all my games ended in draws, and so for this one, it's nice to start with 2 wins, but I have to play better.
Well, wild chess, you're keeping us entertained at least. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Wesley So atop the tournament leadership board right now, and I think we all perform better when Tony Rich is in town. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and congratulations, Wesley.
The smile on his face said it all. But let's check out the current standings. So, of course, Wesley So in the lead with a perfect score, 4 points. Closely followed by Magnus, MVL and Veselin Topolov all on 3 points.
None of us had put Veselin in our favorites, but he came back in that game with Fabi. I don't think he had a very good opening, but he certainly performed well. A couple of players also behind with 50%, Hikaru Grishuk and Sergei Karyakin.
And I guess the surprise for me is to see Fabi with no points.
Big surprise, yes. And your take, Cristian, after just 2 rounds, very, very eventful rounds.
Well, crazy chess is happening, Yasser. Magnus Carlsen is showing why he's the top player in the world. His psychological edge over Mamediyarov played a huge role in this game. Mamediyarov just collapsed. Fabiano, I don't know what's happening with him. Obviously, it's very, very difficult to miss 2 winning positions at the beginning of the tournament. It's going to be very difficult for him to redress the situation. So very, very interesting rounds ahead. I think Magnus has a tight grip, but there's Wesley who has maximum points. So we might see a clash between these 2 top players, Wesley or Magnus. Who's going to be?
Yes,
thank you.
Indeed. So
what a way to start, but we're going to take another break as we get prepared for round 3.
Yes, but before we do that, we have a video of yesterday's opening ceremonies. Yes.
Oh, nice. All right,
so we'll
enjoy.
See you. So enjoy the video and we'll see you after the break.
Hello from Paris. We are at the opening ceremony kicking off
the 2017 Grand Chess Tour. All the best players are here, lined up, ready to compete. The top players, Magnus Carlsen, certainly someone who's a favorite in this event, but everyone is extremely powerful. The drawing of the lots, certainly lining up the competition, and they are ready to go. After the drawing of the lots, the players got to have a bit of fun playing in the Pro-Am event. Some amateurs, pretty distinguished amateurs, getting the opportunity to play with the best players in the world. It's been a fun start to the event, but now the fun is over and the players are ready to put on their game faces and begin the competition.
Question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
There's a weekend vacation on one tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside down concretes, twisty turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Welcome back to round 3 now of the Paris Grand Chess Tour. So
the final round of day one.
The final round of day one. It's been absolutely cracking it up. Way beyond what I expected. You know,
really?
I didn't expect.
And let's take a look at the standings.
Yeah, let's recap on that. So in the lead, of course, is Wesley So with a perfect 4 out of 4. Chasing him is Magnus Carlsen, MVL, Veselin Topalov on 3 points. And on 50%, Hikaru, Alexander Grischuk, Sergei Karyakin, all on 2. And yeah, let's look at the pairings for round 3. Let's see if there are any. Oh, wow.
Cracking matchup there between Magnus and MVL at second place. Big game.
Fabiano versus Hikaru. Now, remember in Stavanger, Fabiano managed to defeat Hikaru in a stunning game.
Totally, but look at Fabi. He's got a target on his back, having lost 2, as does Etienne Bacro. In a big game, Grischuk, Wesley So. Grischuk also in second place, looking to take down the tournament leader with white.
Of course, and you know, Wesley has been a little bit on the lucky side as well.
A lot of it. On the lucky side, indeed. And as Maurice has mentioned time and time again, when Wesley does get a good lead, a good head start, he's a tough man to catch. Can he maintain his perfect score? We will see as the players get started.
It's difficult to say. It's very early days.
I'm telling you, and it's been so fast-paced. We've just been jumping from the games, and dramatic moments, and the players have come to play.
The players definitely have come to play, and they've come to provide fireworks, it seems. We were a bit worried that they were playing in a studio, that there wouldn't be any fireworks, that they would be a little bit more subdued. Well, that has been completely wrong.
Exactly. I noticed a trend, especially with Alexander Grischuk, as well as Etienne Bacro. Their clock management has simply been awful. Yeah, they're getting down to
games.
It's points.
Points.
Yeah, and this man, he had a win in his grasp in round
several
2,
times.
and he just let it go. It's several times.
Several times.
Critical moments, and there you see the handshake.
And there we go.
And the play is underway. Well, Fabi and Hikaru, as you just mentioned, that Stavanger last round, and it was so key in that candidates.
Guys, I think we have an early candidate for the game of the day, of the round. We have Magnus Carlsen versus Bashir Lagrave, and we've seen a Sicilian on the board. Once again, when we see Sicilian, we expect it to be explosive.
But it's Magnus.
It is
Bishop
Magnus.
B5, check.
And as you mentioned, it is Magnus, and he decided to play the tame Bishop E2 after E5, Knight F3, H3, Castle. Castle's on the same side, and the play is not going to be that dynamic, but there's still a lot of strategical concepts into play, especially related to this square on D5.
And let's
Jovi,
check out.
Let's check out
Etienne Bacro versus Topalov. What do we have, Yasser? We have, well, an opening we both like.
Oh, we do indeed.
Yes.
And the 2 knights line takes Knight F6. And how often have we seen, oops, Knight BD7 and the smothered mate? We always like to get in those smothered mates. Instead, we had an immediate trade of knights. Knight takes, queen takes. I suspect Knight F6, Knight D7 has been played. Let's see. I was really curious about this Wesley So game. Okay, there we have Magnus Carlsen in a staid Sicilian, if you ever can call a Sicilian a staid one. And one of the most popular openings on tour, the Joko piano, being essayed between Sergei and Mamedov.
They're very good friends, in fact. I think they even work together, so it'll be interesting to see whether they just take it easy. You know, it's the final round, take it easy. Prepare for day 2.
And let's just see how the opening clash between Fabiano and Hikaru developed.
Well,
kind of a Catalan with a Grunfeld. Sorry, please take it, Christian.
This exact same position maybe 2 months ago against Grandmaster Rombaldi from Italy. In this position, I did play Knight A3. I'm not sure if, Hikaru played Knight B6, and I followed with knight e5, after which knight g4 came quite unexpected for me, and taking on g4 is not that good, because after take on black can actually play castle. And this is a very, very dangerous position for white. If you take the exchange, you're going to have huge problems on the light squares. If you don't take the exchange, I'm going to go rook b8, and I'm going to exert a lot of pressure on this b pawn, queen d7, knight a4 in future endgames. And so, from what I see, Fabiano did something else. After knight b6, he took directly on c4. Now if you take queen a4, I recapture my knight. Instead, black played castle, knight a5, and white still has a slight edge, though I think black is doing quite well.
All right,
Okay.
good point. And I'm just bringing up that game between Grishuk and Wesley So. Let's take it from the top. And Grishuk is one of those players who likes to play the London system. He really introduced it and popularized bishop f4. I started seeing some of his colleagues picking up on this second move, bishop f4, and the players quickly have reached this position.
But d takes c5 is a little bit...
I think that's still standard.
Yeah,
a little bit.
More, yeah.
But this one, bishop takes f4, that's a little bit surprising to me. Usually, bishop takes c5, I would have thought was the prayer book. Queen a5, looking to recapture the pawn. And now white's idea is to control the d4 and e5 squares. As long as he can maintain control of these squares, it really limits the power of the bishop on c8. For example, knight e7, queen takes, knight here, queen here, d6, g3. And if you're not breaking with e5, saddling yourself with an isolated d-pawn, this bishop on c8 doesn't see the light of day for quite some time.
Yes.
So, intriguing game going on here between our, I would say, tournament leaders at the moment.
Yeah,
it's still very, very early, of course.
Yes.
And we're going to be bringing you 3 days of rapid chess as we start the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour, 3 rounds a day. And the players are on the third and final round.
Yes.
Where would you like to go, Jody?
Let's take Magnus.
Magnus. Is he up top, or where's Magnus?
Yes.
Let me just go through. We have Etienne. That was that game. And
this one looks like it.
This one looks like it. So, Magnus Carlsen, as Cristian was mentioning, this is a very well-known way of meeting the Najdorf. It's typically positional channels, very safe play by white. White limits black's counterattacking possibilities. But does he limit his own chances of winning? What's your take, Cristian?
Well, I definitely like what Magnus did. He's diffusing the Najdorf, basically. There's no dynamics in the board. There's only one important square in the board, and that is this square on d5. I'm going to play queen d3, castle, put my rook on the d file, and then knight e3, knight d5. In my opinion, this type of positions, white plays for 2 results, a draw or a win. So we'll see if Vachier will be able to hold the draw, but Vachier cannot win this game.
All right, and let's go to Maurice in Paris.
Yes.
Maurice.
And it's important what you just said, Cristian, about Vachier not being able to win this game. Remember last year that this tournament was 4 days long, not 5. It was only after the players had played 4 rapid games and 5 rapid games in one day that they realized just how tiring it was to be playing all those games. So we talked about it. Everyone had a big discussion and said, you know what, give the players a break and only make it 3 games a day. And that way you can do it all in 3 days. And it was wonderful that the organizers obliged and allowed that to happen. That gives you a little bit of a chance to be more strategic, and it's not just a physical drain on the players. And that means that in the last round, you're going to see players like last round of today, they're going to go for the win, but they're not necessarily going to have to go all the way for the win because they're fresh, they're rested, they're strategic, and they're not just falling on their faces from fatigue. This position is that kind of position. Hold him down and hit him. Squeeze, hold and squeeze, maybe hit him, hold and squeeze some more, hit him some more. Don't just go all out and try to beat him up. And you know Maxime Vachier-Lagrave loves those kind of positions. They're the wild and crazy where he gets his punches too. You look at a game, for example, Fabi and Naka, another type of, let's just get a little something. There's not much for white, a little bit of space. I got some space, locking you down, and I'll see how I'm going to build this position against you when you don't have much to do. That's what Fabiano wants to do here, and he needs to do it quickly because the time control has been a problem for him, and he's been blundering and lost his first 2 games as a result. Another game is all about the space for white is this one, Karyakin versus Mamedyarov. This one is space. White just wants to control the game, and it seems like that's what's happening in each one of these games in this round, that white is being able to get just that edge and now play just positional squeeze. Don't let black get wild counterplay as he has done so far. So expect the players to be very solid. After this round, they get to go back to the hotel and rest, spend the afternoon before playing at 2 p.m. London time tomorrow, so they'll have plenty of time to recharge their batteries.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's just take a look at our current format as round 3 is underway. And here we have it.
So just a quick reminder, it's a 9-round robin where the players all play each other, and there will be 3 games per day, 3 rounds per day.
With the unusual time control of 25 minutes.
Plus 10-second delay, so no added time at all.
And then, of course, in the blitz, they'll be playing 9 games of blitz for 2 days.
Yes.
So 18 games of blitz in total. Each blitz game is worth 1 point. The rapid games are each worth 2 points, and in the blitz, it's 5 minutes per player.
Plus 3-second delay.
What we call the Bronstein delay.
Yes.
But we have breaking news. Cristian, between Magnus and MVL. Holy cow.
Yes, what happened?
What happened?
Well, Maurice
Magnus was supposed to be sitting on it.
Maurice was talking about hold and squeeze. I was talking about hold and squeeze, strategical concepts, square on d5. Magnus just decided to throw it all out of the window. He played the move a5, b5, knight to b6, knight takes to e4. Very, very interesting move. After knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes a8, queen takes a8. This hasn't been played on the board yet. Magnus is still pondering his decision after knight takes e4. But potentially this could be on the board. And this is another crazy position. Sacrifices all over the board. So very, very interesting game.
But okay, the exchange, MVL has sacrificed the exchange for the imbalance of a very powerful bishop and pawn. But as Sicilian players know, you get those 2 connected passed pawns in the center, life could be good. And you were saying there's only 2 results.
We had
MVL will beg to differ.
Yes.
There could be 3 results here. And show us the current position, if you will.
Yes,
I've seen some action.
This is the current position.
Okay.
So white took on e4, bishop takes e4, and now I'm not really sure if he has any other option but to take the rook on a8. The computer is actually offering this enterprising strategical move, c4.
Whoa.
Wow.
Very, very interesting. If you take on c4, I'm going to go queen to a4.
Check.
King to f8.
And now take the rook.
And now I'm just going to take your pawn.
I was
and this is what I was talking about,
gonna
strategical concepts.
Yeah.
We're once again going to have most probably opposite color bishops, or we're going to have a good knight against a bad bishop in case of an exchange after bishop d5, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5. That's enough compensation for the pawn.
Wow. C2, C4 is really a visual move. I didn't expect that at all. I didn't see that one coming.
I just was focused on the rook.
Exactly. Give me the rook. Yeah, I didn't. C4. That's high.
Yes, that's a
highfalutin move, boy. A5. No, I liked your approach, Cristian, which was queen D3.
Keep it under control.
Right, and A5 just, you know, the dam has burst after this knight takes E4. Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4. I was trying to limit the damage with knight takes a8 and get that material imbalance of being an exchange for a pawn. But this move c2, c4, that's a, well,
say if
since you're going to take on b5 and you want to, how about castles? I mean, You played C4. Congrats. What you got? I mean, you got to take the rook, haven't you? After C4, I mean.
And if I were to just take the rook and go bishop f3, well, I'm not quite sure how.
But then why
am I playing C4? Well, that was the computer.
Exactly. You don't have to explain the computer's moves. Nobody understands them. It's alien.
Alien.
Yeah.
Yes.
I am assuming that.
Yes.
You play f3 because this diagonal is just so powerful. You want to neutralize it.
I need to blunt that one.
Boy, this is super sharp. Let's go to Maurice.
Let's go check with Maurice.
Yeah.
Maurice.
Yes, indeed. And I misspoke earlier saying we were in London. I'm looking forward to that tournament at the end of the year. But this one is still going on. And yes, Cristian, you're right. Black realized, hey, he's about to get squeezed in all these games, and players are breaking out. We just saw MVL do it against Magnus Carlsen. Now it's Hikaru Nakamura's turn. You take a look at a position like this, it looks quite quiet. It looks like Black needs to make some kind of developing move, maybe bishop f5, which cannot yet be played, so he should be queen c7, look to play b6. He might have to worry about e4, but not yet, so that would be solid. Queen c7 maybe. Well, how about the move c5? The move that doesn't look like it can be played because that pawn is covered twice. Now, the engine is not a big fan of this move, but it's a sacrifice, clearly. You cannot take with this pawn because you're hanging your knight on a5, so that would just be terrible. But what if you take with this pawn? Well, now you open up the long diagonal for this bishop, and Black can play the move knight to e4. And look at that c3 square as these knights threaten to hop onto that square and definitely cause some damage, at least some counterplay. Nakamura playing this move, surprising Fabi with a move. It looked like he had everything under control, but suddenly c5 is on the board. Players with Black, they don't like to be sat on, and clearly MVL and Nakamura got the same memo. Go for the counterplay.
Thank you, Maurice. What a visual move. C6, C5. I mean, you hit with that because you got your pawns on b4, d4. You're stopping it, but he did it anyway. Cristian, what do you got for us?
Well, I have another visual move which hasn't been played yet on the board. In the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier Lagrave, instead of our move c4, Magnus decided to play it safe. He played bishop to f3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, controlling the light squares. Rook a7, c4 now, and guess what? Another visual move, d5. Ooh. I'm opening up my bishop. I'm preparing bishop b4 to upset this white king. And now, if you play knight takes d5, I'm going to take this pawn on c4, and this is not what you want. What you want to see as white, because the knights need outposts. This knight doesn't have any outpost. He's a nice knight, but he's going to be relocated after rook d7. So after d5, probably the best move would actually be to castle. Everything based on the initiative. B takes c4, and now once again, we're not taking the pawn on d5, we're playing rook to d1. Crazy, madness on the board once again. But d5 is a very, very difficult move to see, so I'm not sure if Vachier has the time to see that, to calculate all of the nuances.
I love it.
Yes,
d5.
I love d5, and also I love White's continuation. You know, just
ignore it.
Just ignore it. Say, thank you very much.
But
I'm going to castle.
One of the things you really do see amongst these elite players, they really don't like being on the back foot. They love the initiative and this idea of White to sacrifice a pawn and get firmly rooted control of the d5 square was Magnus's idea, and he's played d5.
And he's played it.
Oh, wow. That's a beauty.
Look at him.
He's
I love the body
satisfied.
language. It's like, there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Have some fun with this one. And boy, and we're seeing it also in this game of Hikaru, Fabiano. I mean, c5 really comes out of the blue, and
it almost seems like he's angry at Magnus.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How dare you?
d5.
Yes.
How dare
you try to squeeze me like that?
Exactly.
I'm going to play d5.
Challenge. Oh my goodness. So all the players are really bringing great play to this opening stage of the Grand Chess Tour. I tell you, if they keep up this pace for the next 4 days,
it's going to be absolutely fun. Yeah, it's going to be a chess player's dream, isn't it?
Exactly. And there you had some nice webcam shots of the world champion Magnus Carlsen essaying this move d5, and definitely MVL looks satisfied. That's a gorgeous move to play.
Do you think he's seen castles?
Sorry?
The response, just castle. I think maybe he's banking on, because obviously when you play d5, you calculate what would happen if they capture the pawn. That would be, of course, that's like the first
Very
thing.
natural.
Right.
And then you probably get that satisfactory, boom, play it.
Yeah.
And somehow, you know, you don't evaluate the position after castles.
Right.
You just assume it's going to be good.
Yeah,
That's what I've got it under covered.
Yeah.
But as you've seen, it is actually quite tricky. You know, castles and then the rook coming to d, and black is struggling a little bit in terms of initiative, in terms of time, because the d pawn probably will fall. So.
But
That's
boy,
interesting.
I love what the players are doing.
I'd love to see.
Yeah, all three results possible. You're
Yes.
not just sitting back and saying, okay, you know, you got some tiny edge, squeeze me if you can. No. It's all
players are not going
tactics
for that.
and
It's all
forcing play. Yeah.
Breakthroughs.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got wonderful games going on here. Let's just check in with some of the other games. But first we'll go
to Paris with Maurice.
Well, looking very happy and pleased with himself is MVL in this situation. And Romain, you have played with him many times, and you've seen this look on his face before.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's obviously very happy with his move d5, and I already saw him. Well, when he plays this kind of surprising move, is in general, well, he always has this attitude that then he's trying to keep as calm as possible, but you can see that he's very happy. So I recognize this very well when he played d5. So
you were telling us a story earlier about some game that you were sitting next to him when he made this move, King f3.
Yeah, actually, probably he will be laughing when he will listen to me saying this story. But yeah, once he had some game when he had the knight hanging on d3. Okay, the opponent was returning rook takes d3, and he played some move king f3, and if rook takes d3, there would be king e2, trapping the rook in some ending. And I was next to him, and he was having this same attitude, you know, trying to. So okay, I find it quite funny. Of course, this
of course, he's happy with himself. It's a spectacular line, but even more interesting now that after d5 was played, Magnus looked a little befuddled in the position, but he did take on b5, allowing bishop to b4 check, and now his king is in the middle of the board after king to e2, and this board is clearly on fire right now. The d5 pawn is going to drop. What kind of compensation do you think Magnus has? It looks like Magnus should be able to win his pawn back. At the moment, actually, it's 6 pawns against 6, and he's going to get the d pawn as black gets the b pawn.
Well, I must say, computer wants to castle. I see. After a b5, knight d5, this should be much better for white, I guess, or not? Bishop a5, b4, bishop b6. Yeah, computer is holding, but I would not be so confident. Although maybe it works. The bishop has a very nice square on d4. So okay, if you can play a b, it is one thing. If computer says castle is also good, then probably there is no room for a mistake here.
Yeah, spectacular, very visual move, d5 with MVL, showing that he certainly enjoys himself whenever he plays a great move.
Thank you, gentlemen. But boy, isn't Magnus taking huge risks by putting his king in the middle of the board? King
well,
e2?
it goes against everything we've ever been taught, right?
Absolutely. I mean, our coaches would be jumping up and down after this move, king e2. I'd want to get my king out of dodge right away.
I would go castles as well. But I guess rook d1, and then he can...
A rook d1 or knight takes d5.
Or knight takes d5, but you know...
Takes on a6. I don't know what Magnus has in mind, but...
But it's 2 moves from safety. So if we calm ourselves down, you know, after knight takes d5, and then rook goes to d1, king can then...
Yeah, it takes some time. Knight takes d5, but you're walking into e4 too. So knight takes d5 is not a bed of roses for white after e4.
Yeah.
So many things are going on, and the king in the center, I've always been told, although I've transgressed. Let me be the first to say, you know, like I've taken king walks that I should not have. Cristian, your take, that's crazy. Is world champion Magnus Carlsen taking so much risk?
Well, Magnus Carlsen is definitely taking some risks, but it seems like absolutely every player is enjoying taking some risks in the first couple of rounds. Nakamura, for example, in this position, as Maurice mentioned, he played the visual c5, d takes c5, Fabiano immediately grabbed the pawn, knight e4, and now Fabiano found the very, very nice and precise move, knight to g5. Now, if you take on a1, I'm going to take knight takes c4, and because of this bishop on g2, extremely powerful bishop coupled with the action of the knight on a5 is going to paralyze the queen side. White has a lot of initiative for the exchange. Instead of that, Nakamura played knight to c3. This is already looking not so good for black, because after, for example, a simple move such as queen c2, what are you going to do? How are you going to continue? I'm just threatening to play bishop b2, rook c1, and the position seems to be completely dominating for white.
And continue the line. Knight takes e2 check.
Knight
Queen takes e2.
Queen
Bishop takes a1.
Bishop takes a1.
It's an exchange.
Not anymore.
Oh,
not anymore.
Oh, the
Queen
double
attack.
Queen
Double
A2.
attack.
We're not friends anymore, Christian. I didn't see
right.
Queen A2. That's a lovely
Christian
move.
is right. You know, if white is allowed just to get bishop b2, rook
Of
d1, this
course.
is happy days.
Of course,
Happy
and he's
days.
a pawn to the good. So did Hikaru, when he essayed c5, overlook this nice move, knight g5?
And Fabiano did
Yes.
play queen c2. Hikaru is pondering his next decision, but it's not an easy one. He's in deep trouble.
He's burned his bridges, most definitely.
Yeah.
With the move c5, he has to show compensation.
Maybe it was correct just to grab the rook earlier.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
compensation is fading away really quickly.
Well, I'm sorry to say, if there's no knight takes e2 check, I don't get it for
No, that's what
black.
I'm saying.
I
You should have
mean,
just grabbed the rook
you're
earlier.
going to have to play
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Ooh.
And now the trick is, if I go e4, you can actually take back on e4.
Okay.
But even this is not very good for black after knight takes b7.
Wow. Okay, this is really.
Wow, this is everything
These
is
are
hanging.
some very complex
yeah, you better be
variations.
calculating. You got to have
How does
a good night's sleep.
Absolutely. And a lot of confidence.
Oh my
A lot of
goodness. Oh
confidence.
my goodness. This is one of the other things that I find so extraordinary about the top elite players today. They've done so much work with their engines and computers that they calculate deep lines very quickly. We used to be in awe of Vishy Anand, a 5-time world champion, and his calculating abilities long before the engine came. And now these guys today, they've trained themselves. Their calculation is remarkable. And just in that line that Christian was showing, I mean,
Yes.
I'd be spending half my time just counting the pieces and
yes,
the pawns
yes,
after
you
each and
stop
every
paying,
round.
yeah, after every line, you know, stop and say, okay, what was the?
Well,
but we
what's the
actually-
score? What's the
yes.
score?
But we actually have a move played. I think he played b6.
Yes, Nakamura played the move b6, which is actually quite a smart move, because you're asking white, what are you going to do with this knight on a4? I'm trying to get some sort of initiative, and I'm trying to relocate this knight from f5. Very powerful knight. White played knight c6, and after queen c7, for example, I have to play actually the move bishop to b2 to preserve all my advantage. If you take on c6, Yasser, because I'm just going to take on c3, and you're pinned. The knight on d5 is pinned.
Nice.
Very difficult moves from both sides. But if Fabiano manages to find the right continuation, he's going to be winning this game.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, and I'm
Yes.
just looking at another game that Etienne Bacrot versus Vesel and Topolov. I'm looking at this bishop on h6, and that is really a pathetic bishop.
That is
I
a
mean,
position. The rook is on prise on g6.
Well, you're kind of, please take my rook.
Yes.
Bishop takes g6, king takes g6, and this bishop on h6 will need a perpetual defender for the rest of the game. The rook on h1 will be stuck, and Vesel and Topolov will be very pleased with the outcome of this position. Let me just check in on the game of Magnus Carlsen for a moment. And interestingly, the boys in Paris correctly predicted. I was expecting, after this move, bishop b4 check, castles at once.
Yes,
Bishop
would
takes
have done so.
a5 and b4, just as Édouard and Maurice had looked.
Yes.
Well, I think the body language of Ashley, the satisfying move he made when he played d5, definitely impacted Carlsen, who in this position has to find very precise moves in order to make a draw. knight takes b6, queen
He
takes...
didn't play it, by the way.
He didn't play
rook takes a7.
He played yes.
He played rook takes a7 at once.
Okay, and then I'm going to retreat my bishop to b8.
To b8.
To b8.
To b8.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The problem is...
Yes, because of rook a8.
Yes.
No, it
if you
doesn't work,
retreat the bishop here, then
No,
I can
to
simply...
d4, to d4, to d4.
Ah, to d4, yes, correct.
David 4, bishop
a
David
little bit
4.
better. But the same problem
Rook
remains.
A8.
Rook to a8, queen takes a8, and now knight c6.
Not knight
c7.
f6. I was only looking at knight f6.
The royal fork.
These are not beginner players, Yasser. They're definitely
But
not.
I am.
Yes, Vasher is well known for his tactics. The same for Magnus. So, in this position,
Bishop b8.
Bishop
is
b8
forced
seems like the
and
normal
good.
move, forced move.
Forced move, yes.
And
And I'm not sure. Okay, you're going to play rook a5. I'm going to play castle. You're going to take this pawn, but your king is still very, very fragile. So with the bishop on the board, the queen, the rook, this might turn quite an interesting game.
And also, I'm a little bit worried that the knight on d5, while it looks very good, it doesn't actually have it's not supported.
Exactly. We always say that the knight increases in strength the greater its support. As Cristian said, it's not a natural outpost without a pawn on e4 or a pawn on c4. The knight needs constant protection. This move b7, b6, by the way, that Hikaru uncorked, arguably, it's the best move in the position, but this knight on c6 really looks visual. Queen d7 was played, e4, and you know, to the wind after e4. Hikaru said, "Okay, bishop a6, and we have got a complete mess on our hands." Cristian, how do you evaluate this
White
move?
is completely winning in this position.
Is it easily?
Is it?
Winning in this position.
But
Because
how
of the
easy is it?
straightforward captures?
I'm just going to take the knight.
on
What are you going to
d5?
do next? If you take on f1, then I'm just simply going to take with the king, defending the d5 pawn. You cannot take back, for example. If you go here, I take, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. Now you cannot retake on d5 because of knight e7 fork. So let's say you go eat this rook. Now I'm just going to play queen c4. I have how many pieces? 1, 2, 3 pieces for 2 rooks. A very, very unusual imbalance, material imbalance. But the problem is I have also this pawn on c5, who's going to be well on his promoting square anytime soon. So
And the f7 pawn as well, I'm a little bit...
Right,
also,
the
also
F7
the
pawn.
f7 pawn, absolutely. So after e takes d5, knight e2 is probably going to have to be played. King h1, bishop takes a1, but after rook e1 with this powerful center, these uncoordinated pieces of blacks, this doesn't look appealing for him.
Nice. Thank you very much, Cristian. That was a beautiful piece of work.
Absolutely wonderful.
Back to Paris and Maurice.
Yes, and one thing you notice about strong players, like I said, with the black pieces, you're getting squeezed. If you're playing an over-the-board game, you got a lot of time on your clock, you probably are very careful how you calculate your counterplay. You don't want to play a move, for example, like what happened in the game with Hikaru, like c5, if you haven't really well worked it out. And instead, you might play something solid and slowly develop your game. But in rapid, they take chances. You don't want to just be sitting there getting squashed, so you take some chances and sacrifice some things. Here, Vasily Topalov, it looks like his position is not so bad. There's some space for white. Everything looks okay. And here he decided to play the move rook to g6. And now after bishop to d3, sacrifice the exchange suddenly with bishop takes g4. Not something you'd think he had to do, but he did it because he wants to have enterprising play, despite the fact that he's going to go down a little bit of material. This is typical Topalov.
Well, this is typical Topalov, and this is probably also the best move because, well, this position, I mean, it is quite decent for black, but he should do something like rook g6 because otherwise I may play, well, I may put some pressure on the d5 pawn, or I may play anyway bishop d3 next, threatening bishop h7. So I think rook g6 is just very wise because, well, it's an action sacrifice, but you get 1 pawn and you get rid of the bishop there. So I think it is simply the best move here.
And he played it, rook g6, rook to g6, bishop to d3, bishop takes g4, takes, and king takes. And now this bishop finds itself buried in the position. He is down an exchange right now for a pawn is Topalov, but how this bishop ever gets into the game is anybody's guess. Back row now must feel like I might lose this one too after losing two games, and he didn't play so badly.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is apparently still about equal. Well, the computer doesn't mind just holding this bishop on h6, and he claims that if black tries to do something, then it's going to be worse. I guess this is why he claims the position is completely equal. But of course, when you're 0 out of 2, it's not so pleasant to have this bishop on h6. And the position is completely different than the one it was after 20 moves when white was much better. Now there is no bishop pair, and black is very solid. He's very active. He has his pieces perfectly placed. So, well, I would not be surprised if Etienne would lose one more.
Very tough day at the office for the Frenchman to lose 3 games in one day. That just would not fly. It'd be very difficult, of course, to come back tomorrow, but you've got to play all the games. So some suffering going on. We'll see whether or not he's able to save the pride of France in this game and make maybe at least a draw.
Thank you very much for that, Maurice. Well,
fire on the board
absolutely.
On all the games. Look at this game between Grishuk and Wesley. We mentioned when we left it that White's idea was very straightforward. He wanted to keep control of the dark squares on d4 and e5 so that this bishop on c8 remains passive. Yes. And Wesley was having none of that. After maybe the premature g5, he got his chance to play the move e6, e5. Talk about breakthrough pawn moves in all the games, right?
This is the theme of the round.
Totally. And e5
what is
opens up the bishop. Well, the whole point is that queen takes e5. If you grab the bait, you've got an issue on. You're going to have to sacrifice the queen now. Yes. Because unfortunately the rook is hanging.
But how do I unpin myself?
Right. And yeah, you've got no choice. The rook on c4. The knight's not going anywhere, and oh, by the way, White's king is a little drafty.
Yeah, White's king is a little bit drafty. So
let's have a look at what we anticipate will be a 4-sequence, and our tournament leader, Wesley So, may have a perfect day at the office. If Etienne is having a bad day, this looks like black is in the driver's seat. Cristian, what do you see?
Absolutely, black is in the driver's seat because of a white blunder. In this position, g5 was a horrendous mistake. Why would you do g5? Instead of that, you should have played queen to e5. Keep control over the dark squares, and then you're going to play g5. Obviously, Grishuk missed this interesting idea of e5, and right now it's black who is leading after queen takes e5, which is forced, rook to e8, queen to e8, bishop e8, rook e8, king to h7. With a naked king like this and the queens on the board, this doesn't look good for white. But let's look at this game between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier. The way Magnus is playing at the moment, it reminds me of his old self. In this position, after bishop b8, he played the move queen d3, castle, normal move, queen takes b5. And in this position, Vachier was just a little bit too slow. He should have played the move queen h4, activate the queen, attack the pawn on h2, queen to e4 comes, the king is a little bit endangered. The position is still very balanced, but black shouldn't have any problems holding. Instead of that, he played the move e4, allowing white to play g3, bishop e5, rook to d1. Now, you see, white is engaging in a light square strategy. He's placing all his pieces on the light squares, and as long as he manages to hide his king on g2, then he's going to be able to push his b-pawn, and black is going to have huge difficulties defending against that. After queen g5, king f1, f5, after queen e2, b5, I'm not really sure if black has any sort of initiative, so this definitely doesn't look good for Vachier. Magnus seems to have found his old self. Very confident.
Wow, that's
what a grind.
Subtle
Very
shifts.
Small.
Because I like black's position, what he was doing, and
it
that
looked very natural. Just
but queen h4 also looked very natural,
queen
right?
H4 definitely.
You know,
I would have been there.
Get the bits out.
Get the bits out. Queen would have been there. Attack h2. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
We would have been there, I think.
And now the advantage with the world champion. And Cristian, after this position, the final position that you did reach, what should MVL be doing? He's got to be careful of that knight e7 check.
MVL played f5. He's just trying to play f4. He's trying to open up the position towards the white king. Try to get some sort of counterplay, because if we're going to play a strategic game, black is going to be in trouble. So white in this position has to play the move queen e2.
Yep.
And let's say, well, the problem with queen e2 is that it doesn't allow the move f4, because now I can just simply catch this pawn. So instead of that, after queen e2, you have to play something like bishop to d6, which doesn't seem like a very natural move to me. And
sorry, what was wrong with f4 again?
Well,
f4, queen takes e4.
There's
and
a
then
knight
I
check.
take on
You take on g3. I would
Yes.
assume this is what you want to do.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to continue taking.
And there's a knight check on e7.
The problem is, well, whichever piece you used to take
capture
on
G3.
g3, you're going to allow me to play the move knight e7, and that's going. The combination between the queen and the knight is very, very potent, and this is exactly what Magnus is banking on right now.
Good
nice trick.
point.
That's
That
a
is.
nice
That's evil.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
is.
nice.
Yeah.
That's devilish.
That's what chess is all about.
Wow.
Your opponent tries to do something and you go, no thanks.
Sweet.
No.
So that means that the immediate f4 has to. You can't do it. You got to prepare it somehow.
Bishop d6 is actually the only move to keep the balance, and even so, after that, I mean, from a visual perspective, this doesn't look good for black. I think we have a Caruana game from Maurice.
Yes, let's go to Paris.
Let's go to Paris.
Well, my partner in crime here has proven himself to be a great tactician as we analyze a lot of variations here. And Romain, you found a sweet line here I'd like you to share with the audience. The position right now, bishop to b2, although queen c4 seems like more of a move, but this line is very nice. Bishop to b2 and bishop b2, e6, bishop f3, takes, and now the tactic you pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, white wants to play knight e4, so it looks like the only move for black should be f5, but it is unfortunate, f6, sorry, and it is unfortunately losing because of knight e6, queen e6, bishop d5, queen d5, and knight e7 check. So I think if black cannot play f6, then it's hopelessly lost. So it looks like all the tactics are working for white. This is extremely impressive how the white pieces are working here. And bishop b2, well, of course, computer was pointing queen c4 here with similar ideas, that after e6 you can go knight e6. But this move bishop b2 I think is very impressive, and it is, well, just getting rid of this bishop that is the best black piece, best black piece to, well, to defend the position, and then it looks like black is hopelessly lost because after, well, bishop a1, bishop b2, take. Also h6 is losing because there is another sacrifice, and then knight e5 check coming in the end. Well, maybe the other one, yeah? Maybe
Let's play that out
f7.
just in case after rook takes, you take
check,
first.
Check, and well, another fork, this time on e5.
Excuse us, let's just get that going. So the tactics are scintillating. Fabiano Caruana, it looks like he's had his countryman's number. He played a win just recently in Norway, upsetting Nakamura's tournament. And of course, we saw that fabulous one he had in London when, again, bishops and knights were crawling all over Nakamura with that amazing queen sacrifice that he cooked up. So Fabi getting back in the winner's circle, it seems. All is not finished just yet. We know anything could happen in rapid.
Actually, didn't play bishop f3.
He took on a1. That's a big development. Instead,
well, it should also be very strong.
It should be strong, but
yeah.
not the same, though, because he doesn't get... If he was trying to get along this diagonal, of course, this move f6 is coming very fast and is a refutation. So that's not going to work right now.
Okay,
we expected to see that, but now he's might have mucked it up a little bit. Sorry, takes... Let's go forward, takes... No, let's go back here. He played takes, and knight e5, and queen to e7.
Also looks completely winning. I mean, well, yes, knight g4 computer is suggesting.
Did he have to go to e7? But now this looks...
Probably not. Queen f5 is probably more logical, but yeah, computer just says take knight e7, and also the c pawn is coming. Well, this should be completely winning for white. Also, maybe queen f5 is not forced. Maybe I can play queen c3 or something. I have to see.
Okay, so Fabi's human, but he's found some human strong moves that still look like they're going to seal the deal.
But I must say, that looks like a, find the win. A diagram, tactical diagram. There's got to be a win.
You have to feel sorry for Hikaru, because if it's not the kingside attack that's going to finish him, it's going to be that c-pawn.
Yeah, that's the bad news.
Yeah.
And worse, these minor pieces are like honeybees swarming,
aren't
aren't
them
they?
either, no.
Yeah, with the rook on a8 out of play.
And if you can't get f6, then
no, White's pieces are partying all over the board. Looks
guys,
really, really powerful. Cristian,
guys, we have some interesting developments in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier Lagrave. As expected, Vachier didn't manage to hold the position, and right now he's completely lost.
Oh.
He sacrificed. Let's see what happened. So
we have a result in
it's over. It's over.
Result.
After Queen E2, very precise move by Magnus. King H8, F4. Whoa, you missed F4. Okay, so Vachier missed a simple fork, and after that he was just forced to sacrifice his whole army to try to get something, but nothing happened. Magnus defended accurately. Knight F4, Knight G6. I'm taking absolutely everything away from you. And after, I think Knight F4 he played, no, Knight H4.
That's all.
Vachier was forced to resign a couple of moves later.
Yes.
Magnus finding his form.
F4.
Scary move. Scary news for the
It is scary news. But it's as we expected. We knew that he was playing exceptionally great chess at a blitz and rapid.
Yes.
It was the classical that was...
The classical has been some hiccups
yes.
going on, but he's looking really, really good. And these last back-to-back rounds, the world champion's going to be very pleased. I'm sure he's going to want to be interviewed with these two. What else have you got for us, Cristian?
Yes, we have a game between Karyakin, a player we haven't focused a lot on, and Mamedyarov, one of my favorites. In this position, we know that the combination between the queen and the knight in general is better than the queen and the bishop. The problem in this position is that the knight on g1 doesn't really have a good placement. If you go on f3, then I'm just going to continue playing h5, g4, take this knight away, and my king is very, very protected. Your king is not. Instead of that, White played b5, a takes b5, queen takes b5, trying to open up the line towards the b7 pawn and try to activate his queen. The problem is whenever he lives with a queen from this side, this queen can come into play and the king might be in trouble. And this is exactly what happened. Queen e5, knight f3, queen a1, king e2, queen a2, king f1. And now Mamedyarov is still thinking, but if he decides to repeat the moves and then make this move, queen c1, I think he's going to have the advantage. Well, we don't know if he's going to see that. He might be afraid that the queen on b5 is too active and he might go for the perpetual with queen a1, queen a2. But if he decides to play for a win, then queen c1 would be very, very good for him.
Thank you, yes. Cristian. And things have blown up in the game between Alexander Grischuk and Wesley So. Grischuk, recognizing that he was going to have to give up his queen, he started the sequence with the move b4 takes a5, queen e5 versus the immediate queen e5. And Wesley quickly went for the line that he captures the queen. And after this move, rook e4, Wesley said, okay, gift me this pawn. And you don't have time for knight b5. There's a queen a1 check. The rook on e4 is hanging. Yep. And Sasha, g4 check.
Wow.
And we've got a big, big time disparity, as it's been the case throughout the whole.
So we've seen some poor time management
by Grischuk, most especially 50 seconds.
50 seconds.
Can I replace Grischuk as one of my favorites?
Yes, I'm also thinking
the guy is giving us a heart attack. He's giving himself a heart attack every single game. Yes. I mean, I know that's his usual style, but it doesn't work when you're playing with delay. When you're playing with increment, is a completely different ball game.
Okay, but has Grischuk? No,
he's
after
worse.
king takes g6, the rook the rook went check. Knight takes b5.
Is there a chance that he can set up a fortress?
That's what I was trying to figure out. But I suspect with the hanging white pieces, and unfortunately, just the weakness of White's king, it shouldn't be. Oh, that's a little bit surprising. Oh yes, he's picking up the pawn on g4.
Yeah, that's
Wesley played very quickly.
Wesley's playing the most precise moves for
queen
the
d1.
Queen d1.
Nice double attack against the rook on c2 as well as the pawn on
And I think the
b5.
a4 pawn will also drop
quickly. After queen d1, did you follow the sequence that the players played? I was watching them and they were playing quickly.
It stopped at after knight d4, queen takes g4.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, queen takes g4. king f1.
Yes.
And now I think Wesley is considering his options.
Well, I think he's going to hang
queen d1,
queen d1, king
a1.
g2,
and round up the
round
a2
up
peshki. Yes. But now you were mentioning fortresses.
I'm a little less keen on the fortress because it's 2 versus 1.
Yeah.
I mean, if it had been pawns on both sides of the board,
I think it's the wrong minor piece. If you put a white bishop, pardon me, a dark square bishop on d4 for the knight, your chances of fortress go way up. The knight and the rook against the queen, I don't like this. I think that this, as world champion Magnus Carlsen famously said, I don't believe
in fortresses.
You bet. And I don't believe in this one either.
No,
Your take?
I actually think this might be a fortress, but white has to play very, very precisely. In this position, after queen a1, I have to bring my king close to my other pieces, so I will play king f3.
Okay.
You go queen takes a5.
Correct.
King to e4. I'm going to connect these 3 pieces together, and then I'm just going to start to push my pawn. And I think that's going to paralyze your queen and allow me to get the blockade. Your take? I think we have Maurice with Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
We are with the current leader of the tournament, Magnus Carlsen, as he has blown MVL off the board. Well, maybe I'm overstating the case because MVL did blunder in one particular moment. Magnus's opening was kind of solid, no issue going on. And then you went for it with this move a5. Did you suspect that he was going to sacrifice an exchange in this exact position?
Yeah, I thought so. And maybe I overestimated my chances a bit because it seems that black is all right there. At least I couldn't find anything.
And then the game did go to a position here. Let's just jump ahead. Right around here, you allowed your king to be on e2. Everything seemed to be stabilized until you got to a position right around here where you were able to pick up this pawn. When you got this pawn back, I mean, you seem to have sort of outplayed him just a little bit. But did you think now you had some real winning chances?
No, not really. I mean, but my choice was basically just to chop off the bishop on b6 and make a draw, or to play this unclear position. And I thought, well, why not try and play? But I didn't particularly think I was better. I thought, I mean, if I had like g3 and king g2, then I would be better. But with this unsafe king and his potentially good bishop, I mean, it's going to take a long time before my pass pawn can amount to anything.
And instead of that happening, we had this moment in the game where he plays king to h8. When you play queen e2, it looked like you were defending, but of course you had this not so subtle threat. Were you shocked when you saw him move his king over?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I didn't even think. I mean, Maxim is very good tactically, so you don't expect these kinds of gifts, but. Yeah, that's the way it is.
After 3 rounds, you're at 2.5 points. How do you feel about your tournament right now?
I think it's good.
Actually, you have 5 points because I think you're getting double for the rapid, so it's even more important that you're winning the rapid.
Yeah, no, I'm playing relatively well, and my opponents are giving me chances, so it's excellent so far.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on today, and get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
World champion Magnus Carlsen, with good reason to be smiling. It's right now leading the show, although there's 1 game left with Wesley So trying to bring that point home, but certainly in a good position going into the 2nd day.
Yes, he certainly is in a good position.
And we have another result.
We do have another result. Topolov and back row has ended in a draw.
Etienne
is
breathing a sigh of relief.
He scored his first point.
He didn't want to go 0-3 because that would have been really terrible going into round 2. Take us to the position, Cristian, if you will, between Fabi and Hikaru. I thought when we left it, Fabi had the game virtually wrapped up. Is that still the case?
Fabi still has the game wrapped up. He's still winning, but he does have 2 minutes on the clock against Nakamura's 4 minutes. So we know when you're in time pressure, you are prone to make a lot of mistakes. I will give it to him. I think this position is quite easy, and I don't think he's going to make any big ones, any big mistakes. I can just simply play knight g2, knight to f4, try to put some pressure on the g6 pawn. We realize that the knight on g5 is not actually attacked, so black cannot take on g5. He's still pondering his decision. He is under 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. This is not going to be a walk in the park for Fabiano. I think he underplayed the position a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And in the position that you have on the board, knight g2 isn't an intuitive move for me. I would have thought more like queen c5 and playing knight takes d5.
Queen c5 is a good enough move. Good enough move.
And what would be Black's reaction to that?
I would play queen c7.
I see.
And
taking the pawn, just knight
take
takes
on d5. Knight takes d5. Queen takes c6.
And queen takes a7, runs into rook d7. I see that now.
Queen takes a7, rook d7, and then you're going to lose one of the pieces. So I think you have to play queen takes c6. Well, queen takes c6, this endgame is not that easy. Instead of that, I think you have to take on f6 first.
Okay.
And this allows you to maintain a decisive advantage. But look, there's a check on h1. Very, very dangerous check. Whenever you're under 1 minute, you don't want your king out in the open like that. So this is a little bit unnatural right now. Fabi is making his life very, very difficult.
All right. And the times again between these two players at this moment?
It's quite close. Fabi has 1 minute and 15 seconds, and Hikaru has 3 minutes and 12. And if remember, they have 10-second delay.
Absolutely.
But I like knight g2. Knight g2, knight f4.
Well, that gets really to the heart of the position. I actually thought the knight on e3 was well placed, but when you put it on f4, it's really making a statement, isn't it?
I wanted to get the other. I was thinking of ways to get a knight to f4, so
Yes.
Well, Fabiano made a mistake.
No.
After rook d6, what was his mistake?
After rook d6, he played the move, the natural move, to be honest. He played the move c7. And in this position, after rook c8, I'm not really sure how you're going to defend the pawn on c7. What you can do, though, is go knight to f5 and try to go for the kill. After g takes f5, queen takes f5, queen takes c7, bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, queen h7, king h8, queen h8, king e7, queen g7. You're hunting the king. Queen e8, queen takes f6. And this is a very, very difficult position to play for black because your king is so exposed. But getting here is, once again, not very easy for Fabiano. He has to find the move knight f5, very enterprising move, and then calculate precisely the consequences.
But even in that final position in that line, if I were Hikaru,
I would
be feeling a lot more happy
relief
with this.
A little bit. I mean, you may lose it, but the 3 pieces versus the 2 rook was just horrifying.
Horrible.
Yeah, and again, despite the fact they are playing rapid chess, the calculations of these two players, and Hikaru most especially, is really noted, really sharp. But we have Maurice.
We have Maurice with an interview with Bacro, who's just scored his first point. So over to you, Maurice.
Yes, we are with the Frenchman, Etienne Bacro. And Etienne, it must be very difficult, first of all, to play on home turf, but to play against all these monsters in this kind of event.
Yes, especially that now it started badly. Yeah? First game already, I had a good chance. I almost saved one very bad position. I found good moves, but at the end, he pushed me too much, so I lost. Round 2, it was the same with Wesley. I had probably it was completely winning at some point. But I have also with the time control. I'm not used to this. When I go to like 30, 20 seconds, it's very difficult. Yeah, it was.
The Bronstein time control, you mean with the added
yeah,
time?
There is no. There is only. I mean, there is no bonus of time, so. No time to relax during the game. So.
Do you feel like you're a hunted man, like the players are all after you as the lowest rated player in this round?
Not really, but after my start, maybe, who knows. Now even in round 3, I had quite good, I think, but difficult. 3 hours of play against top players, not easy, it's a long time.
What do you feel now after getting a point, at least being able to draw this game against Topalov? Do you feel going into tomorrow you'll have settled out the butterflies?
Whatever happens, I will play normal every round. So, but I would have preferred to win, but draw is better than lost. So
Final question: any special pressure playing in France? Does it matter?
Pressure because of the opponents, not because of of France. Yeah.
Good answer.
Paris,
All right, well, we wish you luck in the rest of your
Okay,
games.
thank you.
Etienne Bacro, definitely keeping a jolly attitude about the day so far. We'll see what he does tomorrow in the next few rounds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Christian, big development just happened
Take it away,
between
Christian. Tell us all about
two
what's
American
happened.
All-Stars here.
Well, guess who's not going to be jolly after this day? And that is Fabiano Caruana, because he once again made a huge blunder in time pressure. In this position, he found knight f5, g takes f5, queen takes f5, queen takes c7, but now instead of playing bishop takes f6 and going into the variation we just analyzed, he played the move queen h7, which it looks quite natural. Unfortunately, the king escapes. King f8, queen h8, king e7, queen h7, king e8, and I'm going to make my way on the light squares. Queen takes h5, king d7, knight to f3. I think we have some extra moves on the board. Yes. The position is still not easy. This is not an easy conversion for black because of his weak king, but he does have the advantage, and he also has 50 seconds more than Fabiano. This might be Fabiano's third loss in a row.
Oh my gosh, and then you go
from a winning position.
This
From a
spin
completely
cycle.
easily winning position as well. If Fabiano doesn't score,
it will be a shock
It
for
will
him.
be.
I mean, his system will be, I'm not going to say broken, because he's he has such great self-confidence, but certainly shaken. You know,
Yes.
that's really, really harsh. And
well,
we've just seen
he hasn't had a very successful year though, Fabi. He didn't perform very well in Gibraltar. He also didn't become US champion.
Right.
So he's having a little bit.
some wobbly moments,
Yeah,
right?
some wobbly moments. I mean, and certainly after these 3 games, you
Right.
got to feel a bit jinxed. You got to have this moment where, oh, come on.
Yeah, like what do I have to do? How
What do
many winning positions do I need before I score one? I like what Hikaru did very
Yes.
much. He centralized his queen on e4, pinning the knight to in an internal pin. But Fabi, they're on the increment. What's the seconds for?
It's 18 seconds.
to 39. Oh my goodness.
And he just blundered. Huge mistake. Fabiano is completely losing right now. If Nakamura finds the right answer, the game is going to be over in a matter of minutes.
And the right answer is rook b6, which
Rook
has been
b6.
played.
Was played.
It was played.
Yes.
Rook
After
b6,
rook b6,
that's a killer move.
The problem is the queen is overcharged. You have to defend the bishop on f6, and you also have to defend against the entrance on b3 and the attack on the f3 knight. So I think the best is something like queen a1, rook b3, queen d1, and now I can just simply take on f3. Take,
And
rook takes f3, and I have rook f8 at the end. So this is
Wow.
game over, guys.
Huge turnaround.
And
he
in fact,
resigned.
the game is over.
Yeah.
Oh my
goodness.
Wow. Wow.
Yes. Oh my OMG. I mean, you know, it's still so fresh in my mind. I think I'll never forget the 7-0, the streak.
No,
and I can't recall Fabi losing 3 games in a row. I mean, like this, and in this
every
fashion.
single game.
This is
either
simply
much better or winning. Oh.
Completely winning all 3 games.
Very simple. and very simple.
It's a shocker.
It
It's
is.
simply a shocker. There's nothing else to add to that. Fabiano must wake up, must go back home, look in the mirror, give himself a few slaps, and come back tomorrow with vengeance.
So we've heard Christian's advice. Go to the. What would you say?
There's also, yeah, well, I remember, I think I once lost in my career 3 games in a row, and I really felt like something had gone wrong. The laws of physics had changed, they changed the rules. I mean, I was really, really, really rocked. And I said, okay, I just have to make a few draws and stop the bleeding. And I think that's what's necessary exactly at this moment, because it's not the positions, it's something else. I mean, the positions have been brilliant.
Yes.
And he had, I'm sure, multiple wins in this game. Other results, what do you have for us, Christian?
Well, I think we have all the games finished except one. And no, 2 games still going. Grischuk, who didn't manage to create, or did he? Is this a blockade? That's the question. I'm going to put my knight on g3, and then if I manage to put my rook on e3, then all the pieces are going to be quite compact around these dark squares. Of course, king g5, king h4 is always a threat, and with low time control, with only 11 seconds on the clock, Grischuk is still on the verge of defeat. And we have another.
We have a result. It is over.
It is over. He just lost.
Yes. They've just shaken hands, and Wesley has
Wait,
given everyone a big smile. Huh?
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
Oh, okay. It was a draw.
There you have it. This is the blockade. You just simply put your rook on g3, and then white doesn't have any way of making progress.
Yeah, well, that knight on e2 turned out to be the correct minor piece after all. I thought it was going to be a perfect day.
Yeah.
It was very, very good for Wesley.
Well, we have one more left, guys.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Shaq and Sergey.
Mamediyarov is on a winning path here. He found the way to avoid the perpetual in this position. I think, yes, h takes g4, h takes g4, h takes g4, queen d7, very precise still, g takes f3, and now a terrible blunder by Karyakin. He took back on g3, allowing black to retreat with the queen instead. He should have played queen to g4 check. Just give the check.
King h6.
King h6, queen takes f4.
I apologize.
Move my king? Not where you can take a...
Not with
king g6.
No,
queen to g4.
Right.
Yes.
Draw. Yeah?
Yeah.
Quite easy draw. Instead of that, he played
gf3,
and then he allowed the queen to get back into the game. I'm not sure. Maybe he was playing for a win. White was playing for a win. This doesn't seem likely. Let's go at the final position, because Karyakin has only 12 seconds left on the clock, and he's simply losing.
He's losing because the blockade is just gorgeous. He's just going to out-tempo and create a Zugzwang position.
That's the thing, you just wait with the bishop. It just waits, and white has to give. The white king has to take a step back.
And we have the resignation.
Well, a nice rebound win for Shaq after losing a tough one to Magnus, actually. Wow. So are all of our results in?
Yes, we have all the results
and
in.
we're going to have to take a look at our new leaderboard. I think we do have a tie for first with Magnus Carlsen.
We do, with Magnus and Wesley, of course.
Right, with
Wesley didn't five
out of a potential 6.
Yeah, yes, that's
okay.
right.
We'll get that scoreboard to you shortly, and I think we're going to also have some interviews with some of the players. We'll wait for Paris to get set up. I'm elated by the start. I think that this has really, really been, the players came clearly to Paris motivated, and they've been entertaining. Absolutely.
They certainly have been entertaining us with blunders
and great play,
high drama,
yes,
and time travel. This delay has been very interesting, actually.
The players have not yet adjusted. I think they'll do better by the.
I think tomorrow we'll see perhaps Grischuk and Etienne settle in and start performing a little bit better.
And tomorrow, when will we be starting? Because it's going to be rapid. It will be the same time.
It starts at the same time, so it
as
will be.
Our show. And here we are in St. Louis. So it's 6:50 a.m. local time here in St. Louis.
What will the time be in Europe?
12.
It's 2
p.m.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
There you have it. Yes.
And we go to Maurice, who has an interview with Nakamura.
Well, it's really terrible waking up at 11 a.m., guys. I mean, it's just getting all that sleep. It's just awful. But anyway, I am with Nakamura, who also feels pretty lucky today. Naka, you were simply dead busted in this position. How could you have pulled off this miracle win?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think it was a little bit silly to play the way that I played. I mean, actually, somehow I felt like, even though we've only played 2 rounds, that it was kind of time that I had to try and do something crazy.
This early with two solid draws already?
it's what happens sometimes. I mean, when people start out with +2 or +3, I mean, okay, Wesley's probably going to draw this game, but still, like, I don't know.
He drew it already. That's
okay,
already done.
but it's just kind of, I felt like I had to go crazy and create something which was completely the wrong attitude. And yeah, I got in a lot of trouble, but it was never like a one-move win. So I think Fabiano had a couple ways to win. He probably should have played this G4 move after we'd played H4, H5, and then I think he was probably winning on the spot. But once he pushes pawn to C6 and then C7, I didn't see a clear win. I mean, probably he can just move his pieces back and play the 3 pieces against the 2 rooks and win, but already he was down to maybe 30 seconds. So, I mean, it's a little bit hard to play like that, practically speaking. And then, yeah, I just kept surviving, and eventually, I mean, he got too low. He made a couple of really bad moves, and then it was too late for him.
It really is mystifying how you were able to get out of it, but it's definitely your style. Do you feel like the faster time control, you kind of just find certain weird geometrics that other people don't spot as easily?
Well, I mean, it's kind of only moves. I mean, so when there are only moves on the board, it's I think naturally we're trained to find them. I mean, that's just the way modern day chess is. I think when you use computers so much, unless you're like just losing the position, you're always expecting there to be some kind of resource if you look hard enough. So yeah, I just kept trying to find moves that didn't lose right away, and it seemed to work. I mean, Fabiano couldn't quite find the knockout blow, and kept surviving, got too long time, and then I just took over.
3 rounds done. Definitely a miss death in this one. How are you feeling about today now that the games are over?
I feel good. I mean, to be on +1 is obviously fantastic. I guess I'm like 1 point out of the lead, which is always good. But I'll have to play better tomorrow and the following day to stay in contention, I think.
All right, well, good luck with the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, you can see why he was the champion of Paris last year. It's not easy to beat this guy. Even when he's in the grave, he's still fighting and punching back and finding those only moves.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
And well done, Hikaru. What a save.
Well, yes.
What to say?
What to say, you know, really, the only thing we can say is, Fabiano,
yeah,
go for a run.
Yeah,
Get out.
How does that affect our standings?
Well, yeah, let's check them out. So let's have a look. So, of course, still in the lead, tied with Magnus. It's Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen on 5 points. Not
right
far behind.
Yeah.
Not far behind. Veselin Topolov and Hikaru Nakamura on 4 points. And 3 players on 50%, Maxim Rashilagraf and Shakir Mamedyarov and Alexander Grishik.
Right, Sergei Karyakin with 2 out of a potential 6. Etienne on the scoreboard, but there's the shocker. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Maurice's choice.
Yes. Oh, and Alejandro's too, by the way. We have the Spanish commentary going. And we'll go to Paris.
Yes, we'll go to Paris.
For more interviews with Maurice Ashley.
Yes, and we're with Shock. That is Mamedyarov, who had a win this round after a bad round last time. You must have felt really bitter losing that game to Magnus when you had a good position.
Of course, it was a big mistake against Magnus. It looks okay. Normal position, maybe. Okay, I think I can play 4 wins, something to take pawn e7. Okay, it was very bad. But okay, I just missed his move bishop f3 when his position equal. I mean, it's normal. But okay, now next game against Sergei, I had some problems. I mean, I think it was a little bit bad position for me, but Sergei played bad in the end games, and I won.
Your first time on the Grand Chess Tour, I talked with you yesterday about being here. How does it feel now that you're actually playing the games?
Of course, it's very interesting tournaments, top players, every game is fighting chess. It's very nice, I like it. And there's also rapid games and blitz also, I like too much. And I'm very happy to be here, and it's just 3 games, it's finished. Hope to play next 6 games good.
You feel you've cleaned out any of the nervousness from the first day is done, and it's time to play the chess we've seen you've been playing, which has been amazing chess over the last few months?
Of course, not nervous because I play against these chess players too many times in the other tournaments. Of course, I play the first time in this tournament, Grand Tour. It is very interesting to play good. I mean, it is a very strong tournament. But I have no nervous. Everything is okay. Everything in control. Just play chess.
All right. Well, we look forward to seeing you just play chess in the rest of the games.
Yes.
Shakir Mamedjerov. Playing chess, playing well, playing solid, and he said not nervous, so expect him to be a powerhouse in the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Yes, certainly, no nerves.
Yeah. Well, the way he's been playing, he shouldn't be.
He shouldn't be nervous,
He's been so impressive. But what a way to start the Grand Chess Tour. Just very, very, very eventful 3 rounds. Cristian, your take on these rounds. Final thoughts, please.
Incredible day, guys. A great beginning to the Grand Chess Tour. Magnus Carlsen has found his old self, his honor roll. Wesley so, for me, unexpectedly after his disaster in Norway. He's doing really, really well. This tournament seems to be transforming into a 2-horse race. But the shocker was Fabiano Caruana, 0 out of 3. He needs to come back. Mamedjerov, on the other side, he's doing well. He only lost to Magnus Carlsen. He made a draw and now bounced back with a nice win over Karyakin. So I'm expecting fighting chess over the next 2 days in Paris.
Yes.
Thank you.
For sure. Yes. So, Maurice, what are your final thoughts?
Well, certainly this day has been absolutely entertaining here in Paris. We had the heat. We've all been sweating like crazy. But now on the chessboard, the players have had to sweat, and it's just simply been a topsy-turvy, crazy day.
Yeah, typical rapid chess. This is why we love this time control. Well, many blunders. Not funny for everybody, but, well, very pleasant for spectators to see some ups and downs in the games. So, indeed, many surprises, many blunders, many upsets. Okay, especially seeing Fabiano Caruana with 0 out of 3 out of these 3 positions is just completely unbelievable. But this is rapid chess, and well, there are 27 games here, so yeah, he has time to be back. And then some lucky players, and some unlucky players. So probably it will change.
Yeah, we'll see. It most definitely. One thing we can say is we're going to see more mistakes happening for sure, and more exciting games. So we look forward to seeing the action on day 2 tomorrow as these players go at it here in Paris.
Thank you, Maurice. So what a day.
What a day. But we'll say our goodbyes. We hope you'll join us tomorrow for more thrills and spills from the Grand Chess Tour 2017.
See you tomorrow for day 2.